everybody. How are y'all doing on this Monday morning? Let me get this chat pulled up so I can see who's here with us and who's not. All right. Good morning. Good morning, Simi. How are you doing this morning? All right. Y'all let me know in the chat if you can see me and hear me, all the things. I know Forrest will be here for a little bit this morning, and he has to go run an errand and he'll come back. Okay, let me get this pulled up and get it ready to go for this morning. I think that they are planning for the state to wrap up their case today. It's like we wonder how much more could she actually have to bring up, right, and to present on their side. How was y'all's weekend? Okay, cool. Thank you, Simi. How was your weekend? I had a good weekend. Yesterday was nice to just take the complete day off. Okay, let me get this feed up here. They're on a short break at the moment. That's okay. We're going to get to the beginning. Now, those of you who were, yeah, I know. Oh, Simi, I just happened to look. We are on the same page, girl. I look down and I see it. Ian freaking what the, okay. Yeah. Okay, let me stop laughing, Simi. Damn it. All right. The first one to testify is Ian Whiffle. Is it right? Whiffin? I always called him Whiffle, Mr. Whiffle. It was a ice cream man here when I was a kid, so I always called him Mr. Whiffle. But Ian Whiffin, and I wasn't unimpressed with him at Karen Reed, but he's Celebrate, right? So I just took it with a grain of salt. He's also friends with the Bernhardts who did the work in the Idaho 4 case. But yeah, he'll be testifying. He'll be testifying. He's just the Celebrate guy, Simi. We're going to let him be the Celebrate guy. Makes us want to Google how long to die in cold. No, we're not Googling stuff like that. Good morning, Aussie, Cheryl, and Amanda. Thank you for coming in. I saw you were in here early. Thank you. Okay, so let me get the screen up here and we'll get going. Now, they talked about right before they came into the court about some breaks today, and then the state probably wrapping up their case as well. Yeah. I know, Simi. I kind of was tuning in the backyard earlier to kind of get a gist for the day, and I heard the flights of stairs climbed, and I was like, "Oh my God!" The PTSD came back immediately, Simi. So let's just take him with a grain of salt today, okay? Let's just be open-minded and see what he's got to say. All right, we're a little gun shy, y'all. We got a little Karen Reed PTSD over here. That's what we're doing. He testified in the Karen Reed case. That's why we got the PTSD. Okay. All right. So let's get going. We waste any more of our time today. All right. Okay. Yeah, let's just get going.
Massachusetts, this court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
Well, good morning, everyone. Nice to see everyone. I hope everybody had a chance to kind of rest up a little bit and come back here, and we're going to get right back to the trial. So what I want to do first, ask you those questions since we had a long break, and then talk a little bit about the schedule and kind of today's schedule and kind of where we go from here. So first question, as you know, has any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror? All right. Next question, is there any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention at this time? Again, thank you so much for following those instructions. Today's schedule is that it may be kind of a little bit stop and start. Okay, so kind of bear with us on that. Might be a couple times you got to take a break just after a short amount of time, and then we'll bring you back in. It's just the nature of cases at this point. It's anticipated that the Commonwealth will close their portion of the evidence today. All right. Then at that point, the defendant has the opportunity, if they want to present witnesses and evidence if they want to. But remember, they don't have to. The burden of proof is always on the Commonwealth. All right. If the defendant offers evidence, then the Commonwealth is then given the opportunity to offer rebuttal evidence. All right. And so that's kind of the next phase that we're about to go into after the Commonwealth rests. And I'll go into a little bit more kind of how that goes, but I just kind of wanted you to kind of see where we are and where everything's going to fit procedurally as we go forward from here. So with that, we're going to return to the Commonwealth's case, and Attorney Sprague.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth calls Ian Whiffen.
Good morning. You solemnly swear that the testimony in the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury will not be between the Commonwealth and the
I would rather affirm I do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
All right. Attorney Sprague, please.
Thank you. Good morning. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, it's Ian Whiffen. IANWHIFFIN.
Where do you work?
Cellbrite.
What is Celebrite?
Cellbrite is a digital intelligence company working in the digital forensics field.
And how long have you worked there?
Since 2020.
What is your role at Celebrite?
I'm currently a customer engagement manager.
What does that mean?
I work with customers, helping users of our tools to understand the digital evidence that they're finding and presenting.
And what does digital evidence consist of?
Any information which is extracted from a cell phone, primarily or from a computer, which can be interpreted by the examiner and presented as evidence. It could be call history, messages, location data, media, anything that you can find from a digital device.
And could you just briefly describe your educational and training background that qualifies you to do this work?
Yeah, I've worked in IT for many years. In 2013, I began my career within Calgary Police Service in Canada as a digital forensics examiner. That was after spending approximately 9 or 10 years working as a patrol officer in the UK and in Canada. As part of my role as a digital forensics examiner within the Calgary Police, I went on numerous training courses. The Canadian Police College, they did an introductory course into digital forensics, and then further courses focusing on mobile data provided by some vendors, such as Blacklight or Cellbrite at the time, as well as further courses presented by the Canadian Police College, specifically about cell phones.
And Celebrite, the software produced by Celebrite, is that software used to extract and analyze data from cell phones and computers?
Yes, there are several tools within our catalog. One of them is designed to extract as much data as possible from a cell phone. And then one of the other tools is designed to take that extracted data, decode it, decrypt it, make sense of it, and provide it to the user in a way which can be searched, filtered, organized, reported, and presented.
Does Celebrite's ability to access cell phone data continually change based on improvements that are done to the phones themselves?
Yes, there's constantly changes being made to devices which make it difficult to extract the data. There are changes being made to the software that means that the data that we extract is now different to the data that we extracted previously. A new feature, for example, or a change that's made by the software developer. So we're constantly changing our software to be able to extract that data and to decode more data.
Were you asked to locate Apple Health data and other information that could be relevant to the investigation of an incident that occurred at 47 Summer Street in Duxbury on January 24th, 2023?
I was, yes.
And what is Apple Health data?
Apple Health is a component of the iOS operating system which logs sensor data from multiple locations. So there's sensors built within an iPhone that monitor steps taken, flights climbed, for example, as well as third-party devices, Apple Watches, Fitbits, any other device like that. All the information is brought into the Apple Health application, aggregated, and made available for the user to see.
Roughly how many phone extractions have you done?
Since around 2013, well over 1,000 phones.
And how many times have you done analysis on phone extractions?
The analysis is part and parcel, so of those 1,000 phones or so which I've extracted, I've done analysis on all of those phones as well.
And then you've also done analysis on extractions, like in this case where someone else did the extraction and provided the information to you and you did the analysis?
Correct, yeah. Whenever I'm helping customers or users of our tools, they may provide me with the extracted data. So the data which I'm analyzing is more than the devices I've extracted.
And have you testified previously in courts about what you've done in terms of extracting and analyzing information?
Yes, I've testified in multiple courts around the world, approximately 28 times.
Now, you received a copy of the extraction for Lindsay Clancy's iPhone 13, correct?
Correct.
And when you received that extraction, did you also want to know all the specific information about the case and the investigation?
Typically, when I'm working a case, I don't want to know a lot of detail. I'd rather come to my own conclusions based on the data that I'm viewing rather than note the intricacies of the case. All I require is an outline, the date that something happened, the time, who was involved, basic information.
And in terms of the extraction that was done on Lindsay Clancy's iPhone, that extraction, what type of extraction was it?
That's what's called a full file system extraction. It's essentially all of the data which is being extracted from the device that is still live.
And did you use specific tools to conduct your analysis?
Yes, there's the Cellbrite physical analyzer tool created by Cellbrite and also my own tooling. Applications I've been working on for several years.
So you've actually made your own tools that allow you to examine phone extractions?
Correct. There's some tools that I've been working on since prior to joining Cellbrite. Tools that as an examiner I decided that I needed to create for myself and make available to others. And I still use those tools to this day.
And these tools that you used, are those the tools that allow you to examine and categorize the information, the data that you find in the extraction?
Yes, the primary point of the tool is to go into the data, decode it, provide it in a way which is easy to filter and search, but also additional tools there that allow you to dig into the data and look at the raw information, the databases, the files, all of the raw information, which is what our tools initially decode.
And did you focus in on a particular time frame when looking at the data on the defendant's iPhone?
Primarily, I knew that the date of the incident was 24th of January 2023, so that was the main focus of my analysis. But some of the data I was aware could be from further afield than that, so I took a look of, I think it was around 3 weeks before that, so early January to late January.
Were you able to look at the health data on January 24th, 2023 that was in the defendant's phone extraction?
I was, yes.
And what is health data? And how does it show up on a phone?
The user of the phone would be able to access the health data via the health application, where the information is broken down to explain how many steps have been taken over a particular period of time, the approximate distance that was travelled, the number of stair flights that were climbed. That data is stored on the device itself in a database. So as a forensic examiner, I can take a look at that database in its raw form, and understand exactly where that information is coming from, and present it to the user of our forensic tools in a slightly more forensic-friendly method than the user of the application on the phone would see.
Showing you on the screen here, page 4 of your report. Looking here, we have a section here, heart rate data, is that correct?
Correct.
And you're able to see here, what can you tell about the heart rate data from the extraction?
So heart rate data comes from wearing an Apple Watch or a similar device, not from the phone itself. In the case of this phone, there was an Apple Watch paired to the device, and all of the heart rate data, which is recorded periodically throughout the day, is stored within the health database.
And what was the name associated with the Apple Watch?
So as it says in the third paragraph down, the Apple Watch itself was called Lindsay's Apple Watch.
And here in the report, you're able to show the recorded heart rates throughout the day. How is the heart rate recorded and sent to the phone?
There are sensors on the Apple Watch itself on the rear, which periodically check the heart rate at any given time, and that information is sent to the phone via Bluetooth.
And are you aware of how often an iWatch will record the data and report it to an iPhone?
The actual cadence at which the watch is checking would depend on what the user's doing. So if you were in the middle of a workout, it would be a lot more consistent than just periodically throughout the day. And I actually don't know how often it is throughout the day. If you're not doing any particular workout, there doesn't seem to be a set cadence. Every device I've looked at, it's slightly different.
I'm showing you page 5 of your report, this database of the heart rates. For example, in several locations, there'll be a heart rate report, maybe a few seconds in between them, and others there's 7 or 8 minutes in between the heart rate report. Is that what you're talking about, how it varies depending on what you're doing at that point in time?
Yes, this is typical from what you see when you look at the database. The timestamps are never consistently at a recognizable cadence.
And the highlights in green, what do those represent?
So I actually tried to just highlight some of the high points for the day. I realized a few days ago while reviewing this, there was records there that show a high of 123 and 122, which I had not highlighted.
And that's right there, right below, right
Correct.
around 1146.
Yes.
And what was the last time a heart rate was reported from the watch to the defendant's phone?
So the last heart rate recorded was at 17:23:52, so 23 minutes past 5 in the afternoon, with a heart rate of 57 beats per minute.
What was the average heart rate for the day for the defendant's phone?
There was a range of heart rates going between as low as, I believe, around 50 and as high as around 122. On average, it was around high 80s, early 90s.
And so at 5:23 p.m., the last recording of her heart rate was 57?
Correct.
And there aren't any further heart rates reported to the phone after that point, correct?
That's correct.
And what are some of the reasons why a watch would no longer be reporting a heart rate to the phone?
If the watch was taken off, if the watch was turned off,
If the battery died?
The battery was dead, yes.
You also mentioned flight climb data. What is that?
Flight climb is information which the Apple Health application stores every time it detects that you walk up a flight of stairs. So a flight of stairs would be considered either a 3-meter or 10-foot incline at over 16 steps. So the device has detected that both the altitude has changed by 10 feet and there were steps being walked at the same time.
So there's two factors being considered there, the steps that your watch monitors as you walk, and then the altitude, is that correct?
That's correct.
And what is it? Is it GPS or something that's keeping track of your altitude?
The altitude is being monitored by a barometer or an altimeter, which is inside the device, just measuring for differences in air pressure.
And this information, the flight climb data, can that be monitored by both a watch and your phone if you have it on you?
It is. Both devices have got the barometers built in. Both devices can monitor flight climb events.
Can anything simulate or kind of fake out the watch or the phone into thinking that a flight of stairs is being climbed when it's not?
There are some circumstances where that can happen. They're typically quite rare, but it can happen.
Is an example of that being in a car and going up a hill?
Correct, yes. If there is movement which the device can mistake for steps at the same time as the incline is being driven, then that could accidentally record a flight climb.
But if a person's not in a car and is in their home, then it would be flights climbed, not hills being driven, correct?
Correct. If the person is in a house and there are flight climbs being recorded, then the only rational explanation is that the person was climbing stairs.
How is the data in terms of flight climb data, how is that data displayed? Or in the health data itself?
Within the application or within the forensic tool?
Within the forensic tool.
Okay. So within the forensic tool, we break down, or within Physical Analyzer, we break down the health data into hour segments. So for an hour, we may say that there are 3 flight climbs. And then it's up to the user to dig in a little further. They can select that 1 hour and then see how that activity breaks down over the hour. So you would see that there were 2 flight climbs that occurred at 10 minutes after the hour, and then, another flight climb occurred later on.
So showing you page 6 of your report here. The top box here, is that showing the general hour data where 3 flights have been climbed?
Correct. So in this case, the user is looking at a time period between 10 a.m. and 11 a.m. And the health data that's been pulled from the database has been aggregated. And it tells you that there's 98 samples being considered. The maximum heart rate during that hour-long period was 108. The distance traveled was approximately 759 meters. And there were 5 flights climbed within that hour.
And then below that, you break that down a little further, correct?
Correct. So this is further down the screen in the interface, where we can see actual time of 10:17:27, where there's 2 flights climbed. And again, another record at 10:17:28, where there were 2 flights climbed, and then a further flight climb at 10:49.
And then going down to the bottom here, this table, what are we seeing here in this table?
So you may have realized in the slide above where there was 2 flight climbs at 17 seconds past and 2 flight climbs at 18 seconds past. That's an unrealistic measurement. It's because one of those measurements comes from the phone and one comes from the watch. This table breaks it down to say which of these records came from the watch and which came from the phone, because there are some which overlap.
So what you're saying is the prior table, it showed the 4 flights of stairs being climbed at the same time within seconds, which isn't rational. But this breaks it down to show some of that data is coming from the watch and some of it is coming from the phone, correct?
Correct. So if we look at records at 4 and 5 here, for example, we can see a start time of 10:17:27 and an end time of 10:27:06, where the watch recorded 2 flight climbs. And then 1 second later, a start time, and 2 seconds later for the end time, we see the watch also detected 2 flight climbs. This is just the same 2 flight climb events that happened, but both devices recorded those flight climbs with slightly different timestamps.
And that will happen if I'm wearing my watch and I have my phone in my pocket and I go up the stairs?
That's correct.
Did you do something to compare these times and make a table where where you ignored or disregarded the double entries?
I did. I tried to correlate and discard all of the duplicate information. So where there was an event of a flight climb that was recorded on the watch and the phone, rather than provide information that said there was 2 flight climbs, I would ignore one of them and limit it to just the ones which we could prove happened.
And that's displayed here in this chart at the bottom of page 7 of your report?
Correct.
Going to page 8 of your report, we have here at the top of page 8, does that show the last flight climbs recorded on either the defendant's phone or watch?
It does. It shows that there was additional flight climb events logged by the phone, which were not logged by the watch, at 17:03 and 17:33.
So these records indicate that at 5:03 p.m., the defendant's iPhone was with the person as it went up the stairs, and then at 5:33 p.m., the iPhone was with the person as it went up the 2 flights of stairs.
Correct.
And there's a time difference there. The start time is 5:33 p.m. and the end time is 5:38 p.m. For 2 flights of stairs. So that's roughly 5 minutes in between the 2 flights. Is there a way to explain that length of time?
The way the Apple Health data records this information, aggregates it, it tries to group events together. So in this case, it would have recognized that there was a flight climb on the phone at around 17:33:34 and a second one at around 17:38:33, and it just grouped them both into one event. It doesn't mean that it took 5 minutes to walk up 2 flights of stairs. It's just within that 5-minute period, there were 2 flight climbs.
So if I have my phone in my pocket and I climb up a flight of stairs and then I spend a few minutes on that floor, and then still with my phone in my pocket go up another flight of stairs, that's representative of what we're seeing here at 5:33?
Correct. There tends to be around a 10-minute window where it tries to check every 10 minutes, but it can reduce that window in a case like this where it sees that there's group data within a smaller time period.
And then further down on page 8, we have another table here, which seems to have combined data of heart rate and flight climb data. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did you also look at web usage on the extraction of the defendant's phone?
I did, yes.
And what did you do to look at the web usage on the phone, and what time frame did you look at?
For web usage, I expanded the time of interest to early January to the 24th of January, and just took a look at any web history over that time. There was over 1,300 records recovered. I took a a cursory look down that list and highlighted some which potentially were relevant to the case, and then provided the 1,300 actual records as a appendix report.
And going to page 12 of your report. Looks like you started here on January 10th, 2023, is that correct?
That's correct.
And basically here you list various searches that occurred on each day between January 10th and January 24th from the extraction, is that correct?
That's correct. Broken down by day with the time of the search, the website that was visited, the title of the web page, and then the identifier in the database.
And looking at these searches, on January 12th, 2023, at 19:48, so that would be 7:48 p.m., is that correct?
Correct.
There was a search, in the title it says, "How quickly does Wellbutrin work for depression?" Is that the title, is that what the user is putting into the search?
If I could see the search, please.
I'll zoom in on that.
Yeah, so the top entry here we can see starts with https www.google.com/search ?Q. The text after the Q, how quickly does Wellbutrin work, is what the user searched. Typically that is exactly as the user typed it, assuming that there are no auto-completions in place. In this particular case, it appears it was searched using Safari, so there's no auto-completion. That is essentially what the user typed in. And then the title, how quickly does Wellbutrin, I can't say that word, I'm afraid. Wellbutrin, thank you. Work for depression, Google search, is the title of the page which Google assigns.
So where it says after the Q, how plus, quickly plus, does plus, the user's not putting in those pluses, correct? Is that, what were you calling those?
So that's part of the attribute. It's how the data is encoded in a URL or in a web search. You can't have spaces within this address string, so they replace the spaces with the plus symbol.
So I type in how quickly does, and the computer adds the pluses in the space marks?
Yes, it's URL encoding to make it safe for the browser.
And then at 7:49, there's a search for Lamictal for depression.
Yes, and depression spelled with a B at the end instead of an N, which demonstrates that this is what the user typed in rather than a page that was being visited.
And then a few minutes later at 7:55 p.m., the user typed in Elavil for depression, correct?
Correct.
And then on page 16, on January 18th, 2023, at 10:25, we have a search there, ketamine for suicidal ideation, is that correct?
Correct.
And again, that's the user typing that in.
Yeah, again, those words were typed in by the user.
And then on January 19th, 2023, on page 17 of your report, we have symptoms of postpartum psychosis, searched on January 19th?
Correct.
And again, so we're looking at, this is AM, correct? 9:24 AM that was searched?
Yes, the morning.
And then 9:30 AM, there's another search for psychosis symptoms?
Yes.
Going back to that same page, page 17, at the bottom for January 24th, we have here searches for Kids Miralax at 4:02 PM and Takeout 3V at 4:13 PM, is that correct?
That's correct.
And then CVS Pharmacy at 4:47 PM, correct?
Correct.
There was also an Apple note that you found in the records, correct?
That was.
The Apple note, in your report, it says it was created on December 22nd, 2022 at 10:23 a.m., strike that, and then modified at 10:23 a.m. on January 23rd, 2023, correct?
Correct.
And are you able to tell what in the note was modified?
No, there's no real auditable log to look back and see how many times it's been modified over the course of its life. I was able to do some amount of recovery to see that on the day it was created, it started in a very similar way to as it's written on the 24th or 23rd of January, but the exact changes between when it first was created and the last time it was modified, we don't know.
And then you also looked at messages, correct?
Correct.
And were you able to compile the messages that were sent and received between the defendant and her mother and the defendant and her husband on January 24th, 2023?
I did, yes.
And were you able to arrange it using the tools that you use in a way that looks like you might see it on your phone?
Yeah, I tried to prepare it in a report which would be easy for any viewer to understand based on their own usage of text messaging.
So showing you page 19 of your report. What we have here is an enlarged version of what you might see on your phone, correct?
Correct.
And so is this in blue, is this Lindsay's phone?
It is. The messages in blue on the right would be outgoing. The messages in grey on the left would be incoming.
And so we have a photo being sent out from Lindsay's phone to her mother, and then a reply coming back, and that pattern goes on and on, correct?
Correct.
And then looking at page 22, you were able to do the same in terms of her contact with Patrick Clancy that day, correct?
I did, yes.
And so in gray, we have Patrick Clancy sending a message to Lindsay Clancy, and in blue is the response, correct?
Correct.
Were you, excuse me, were you also able to look at the phone calls that occurred either incoming or outgoing to the defendant's phone on January 24th, 2023?
I did, yes.
And looking at page 27 and 28 of your report, first on page 27, just looking closely at the phone. Here in the report, it says 2024. Is that a typo? Is that supposed to be 2023?
That's meant to be 2023, yes, I apologize.
Okay. And so what we see here, can you just tell us what these columns are?
Yeah, the start time of the call, typically when it is answered by the recipient, the end time when the call's ended. The metadata is information including who the call was to or from, how long the call lasted, and then the reason that the call disconnected, and then a record ID. So if you had the database, you could go in and find this record based on the ID number.
And looking at page 28, this is the continuation of that table regarding the phone calls, is that correct?
Correct.
And so what we're seeing here is at 17:33, which would be 5:33 p.m., there's an incoming call from Patrick to Lindsay's phone, is that correct?
Correct.
And it says duration 8 seconds, 0 seconds. Does that mean it was not answered?
In this case, it was an unanswered call.
And then at 5:34 p.m., roughly a minute later, there's an outgoing call from Lindsay's phone to Patrick's, correct?
Correct.
And that call was approximately 14 seconds?
Correct.
And then at 6:09 p.m., another incoming call from Patrick to Lindsay that went unanswered?
That's correct.
Now, you also, in a section you called media, you have some photographs that were taken from the phone with some metadata included, correct?
Correct.
What is metadata?
Metadata is information about that photograph. It could be the device that captured it, the time that it was captured, the location, information about the lens, the lighting, etc.
And so looking at page 29 of your report, just for an example, what we have here are 3 photographs, correct?
Correct.
And the metadata for the first one shows captured at South Shore Medical Center, is that correct?
Correct.
How were you able to determine that's where that photograph was taken?
The metadata of the photo included the latitude and longitude where the image was captured. I took that latitude and longitude and looked on Google Maps to see a physical address. In this case, it came down to the South Shore Medical Center.
And then the third photo here, that shows captured at the home address on Summer Street, is that correct?
Correct.
And then you looked at device usage. What is device usage?
Device usage would relate to how the user is operating the device. So when they have it unlocked, locked, what applications being used at any particular time. Essentially anything which is not a message or a phone call or results in additional data like that.
And looking at page 32 of your report, in that device usage log, it shows that the last time the device usage was logged was at 5:13 p.m., correct?
So this table relates just to the locking and the unlocking of the device. So the last time the device was unlocked was at 17:13:16. The device was locked again around 2 minutes later at 17:15:12, and the device was not unlocked again.
And so where the device was not unlocked again after 5:16 p.m., but we have a phone call being made at 5:34 p.m., how does that happen?
There is a setting within iPhones that allow you to use a locked device to call back numbers for missed calls. So in this case, Lindsay had the missed phone call. That would have shown on screen as a notification as a missed call. And without unlocking the device, you're able to call that person back.
So you just press on the icon that shows up, you have a missed call, you press on that, and you can call the person back without unlocking the phone?
Correct.
And then what is application focus?
Application focus is literally the application which is visible on screen at any given time.
And at 4:13 p.m., 16:13, on January 24th. You've highlighted it in green here. What are we seeing there?
At 16/13/23 until 16/14/50, the Apple Maps application was being used, visible on screen.
Is it then used again at 5:13 and 5:14 p.m.? Or is that a different application?
So at 5:13 until 5:14, it was mobile Safari, so the mobile version of Safari, the internet browser, was on screen, and at 17:14:47 until 17:15:08, it was the mobile SMS or messaging application, which was on screen.
So do you just look at the part that's in parentheses to see what application was open or being used at the time?
Correct. What application was on screen at the time?
So for example, where it says 17:34, which would be 5:34 p.m., and in parentheses is in-call service, does that represent a phone call?
It does. That's the screen that indicates you're in a phone call.
And staying with the same page, page 34, you've made some notes here. Let's go out a little bit. Regarding Apple Maps, Safari, and messaging. So can you just explain what you pulled from the data for Apple Maps?
Yeah, Apple Maps was used to plan a route from the user's current location, the home address, to a restaurant called 3V.
And that was at 4:13 p.m.?
It was.
And then in terms of Safari, you have the last unlock at 5:13 p.m.?
Yes, so the last unlock of the device was used for the purposes of viewing Safari, where PDLX was searched using Google.
And then in terms of messaging, what did you pull from the data there?
But at the same time, or in that same device usage, so the device was unlocked, Safari was used to search PDLX, and then the messaging application was opened to send a message to Patrick saying PDLX liquid stool softener.
And that was at 5:15 p.m.?
It was.
And then did you create a timeline combining all the data that we've talked about into one timeline?
I did, yes.
I'm going to the last page of your report, page 43. Is this the last page of the timeline?
It is, yes.
And in that page, can you explain what we're seeing here?
Yes, so the very first column is the timestamp. The next few columns, which show typically colored, is related to the activity, which will become a little bit clearer in a moment. The row or the column in the center explains what the record is. So if, for example, we look at the 17/13/16 record, we can see a U, which means the device was unlocked in pink. That unlock event lasted until 17/15/12. So hence that entire column is in pink and shows the relevant lock event.
So here we have 5:13 device unlock,
Yes,
5:15 device lock, and there's this column connecting them, correct?
correct. And then any activity that happened during that unlock time is then shown within the rows between. So again, we see Safari open at 17/13/16. Safari was closed at 17/14/47. Messaging was opened at 17/14/47. While messages were open, there was an outgoing message sent for PDLX. Then messaging was closed. Messaging was opened again, and messaging was closed prior to the device locking. So everything in the colored columns tries to show all of the events that happened at the same time or during that parent event.
And what we have here at 5:33 p.m., we have the flight climb started, is that correct?
Correct.
And flight climb ended at 5:38, so
Yes.
that line again connecting them?
Correct. So 2 flight climbs occurred during that time period.
And in between when the flight climb started and the flight climb ended, you have the 2 calls, the incoming call that was missed from Patrick and then the outgoing call to Patrick, correct?
Correct.
So the first flight climbed had already been started. Someone had already started climbing up a flight of stairs when that first unanswered call happened, correct?
So flight climb started is how it's listed within the database and within the software. But it actually, the flight climb time is when the flight climb has been recognized by the device as the device has already climbed up those stairs. So even though it says flight climb started, that's technically the time that the flight climb or the first flight climb had ended.
So where it says 5:33, 34 flight climb started, that actually indicates the person has gone up that first flight of stairs already.
Yes, that indicates the phone has now realized I'm 3 meters higher than I was the last time I checked. Therefore, a flight climb has already been completed at that point.
And then the calls happen, and then the phone realizes at 5:38 that another flight has been climbed.
Correct.
I would move to submit the report as the next exhibit.
No objection.
All right, that report may be admitted.
I have nothing further.
All right. All right, so members of the jury, remember I said it might be a little stop and start here today. This is one of those stops. All right, so we're going to take a short break, and then we'll come right back and we'll return for the cross-examination of this witness. Okay?
All rise, please, for your attention.
Jurors, back to the quorum. Court's in session.
All right, so the court will be in a short recess at this time. Thanks.
Court, all rise.
All right, guys, I'll fast forward. I'm on hold on a phone call. I hate that being on hold. All right, let's see. Are they back? Yeah, they came back. They came back. All right. Mr. Ian, there's a little uneventful.
This court is back in session. You may be seated.
Okay, back in session.
Yeah. Counsel, we ready for the jury? Yes. All right. Yeah.
All rise, please. You're entering. Court is back in session. You may be seated.
For the record, the purpose of the record, we return back to the call of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties present, including the 18 jurors.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Reddington?
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning.
Good morning.
Mr. Whiffen, just a couple of things. One of the takeaways or question that I had is that you were talking about, in reference to the Apple Health data, fair to say that there's an issue as to the accuracy or reliability of the Apple Health data. You've actually done research on that.
I've done research on it, yes.
Okay, and one of the things that you did is back about a year ago, June 28th of 2025, you did a blog article on Apple Health accuracy and reliability, and it talked about using a pitch, which I think is, you guys refer to like a football field or something?
It was a rugby field, but yes.
And then you had somebody put the watch in their right pocket, somebody with the left pocket, and then someone else held it in their hand, you measured it, and things of that nature, right?
Correct. It was 3 phones.
Some of the things were off a little bit, but basically you put that in your report and you were able to draw your conclusion as to the accuracy and reliability, as you say, of the Apple Health data, right?
Correct.
Now, if someone is wearing an Apple Watch, is that what records heart rate?
As the heart rate is on the watch, yes.
It is on the watch,
Yes.
okay. And the steps that the person takes, things of that nature, the movement, is that on the phone or would that be on the watch?
That's on both the watch and the phone.
Okay. Now, if you have an Apple Watch and you test it or you examine it, would you be able to determine what information was actually recorded by the watch while the person was wearing it?
Yes, the information that's recorded within the Apple Health database does specify whether the information comes from the watch, the phone, or from a different device.
Okay. And in this case, if I understand correctly, the Apple Watch stopped recording data at, is it 5:23?
It was around that time.
Okay. You know what? I'm going to give you your report. Feel free to just refresh your memory or look at it or whatever helps you out.
Thank you.
Yep, no problem. I just want to get the times down. I think you indicated that the watch stopped recording information at 5:23 p.m.
Yes, the last heart rate was 5:23:52.
52, okay. 5:23 and 52 seconds. And then I believe the phone and watch stopped recording at 5:38, was it?
The last usage of the, let me double check this. I believe the last usage of the phone to record flight climb data was at 5:38, yes.
All right, and after 5:38, it's pretty much blackout. There's no further information or recording, right?
Yes, not until like the phone was seized by police, I believe.
By the
But
police.
there's other activity, but appeared to be after the incident.
So the further activity would have been the following morning on the 25th of January, say around 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning?
I ended my analysis on the 24th.
Okay. Well, so 5:23 p.m., the watch stops recording information. 5:38 p.m., both the watch and the phone stopped recording any information until the police picked up the phone apparently the following day, right?
Again, there would have been activity later on, but it wasn't usage, it wasn't health data. It would have been things like incoming calls, if
Okay,
there
so
were any.
when you went through the stair climbing and talked about the steps that were taken, the distance that was taken, that stopped at 5:38 PM, right?
Correct.
Now, you don't know, when I say you, I mean, as a witness, but also the police, whoever was wearing the watch, for example, if Lindsay's wearing the watch or carrying the phone after 5:38, you don't know what was happening at 5:39.
Correct.
You don't know what was happening at 5:40, 5:45, right?
Correct.
Right up till 5:58, 6 o'clock PM, right?
Purely the data on the device.
So it could have been, the phone could have been put down, the watch could have been put down, battery died, whatever those issues could be, and the person would still be going down the stairs, going up the stairs, going in the backyard, doing push-ups, whatever.
Correct.
You just don't know, right?
Yes.
Okay. One of the things, you're familiar with the concept of location data, right?
Correct.
And location data, one of the things you looked at or you're aware of would be from Lindsay's phone on August 23rd of 2022. Is that correct?
Apologies, August 23rd, 2022?
Yeah.
I didn't go back
Okay.
anywhere near that date.
You have tested and written blogs, though, on location information, right?
Correct.
You actually testified in the case of Commonwealth versus Victor Arrington in Suffolk Superior Court in Boston in support of the accuracy of this particular artifact or information, right?
Correct.
So you're a true believer that the phone does in fact record accurately significant locations on the iPhone, right?
It certainly can, yes.
All right. And are you aware, or if I was to approach you in your expertise, it's just a doctor's. That's all. You were talking earlier about latitude, longitude, things of that nature, right?
Yes.
So just to, you're familiar with, for example, significant location visits on Lindsay's phone, August 23rd, 2022 at 9:34. Do you know what that says or what that means?
The created time
Yeah.
of 9:34. That'd be when the device decided that the device had visited this location enough to consider it a visit.
Okay. Do you know what that location is? If I suggest to you it's a doctor's office, would you be aware of that?
I don't recognize it from the coordinates.
Okay. Thank you. This here you're familiar with too as well, right? The geo data with the latitude and the longitude?
Yes.
And you're familiar with the fact that you can take the metadata off of the information on the cell phone, one of which would be latitude and longitude. You'd be able to determine, for example, that this would be the Lindsay Clancy home, correct?
Yes, correct.
You've seen this before, right?
It rings a bell, yes.
Okay. I'd offer this, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, that may be admitted.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Now, you have your report in front of you, right?
Yes.
And that's captioned Digital Forensic Report, and it's in evidence, so the jurors are going to be able to review it in its entirety, right?
Yes.
If I could direct your attention to page 11, I believe. Yeah, page 11. Okay?
Yes.
And just so the jurors are able to acclimate themselves to it, that would be this item here that you went through with the district attorney, right? As far as the searches, Google searches,
I have a different page 11.
different page?
That looks like this page 12.
Oh, okay. Well, let me approach you with what is your digital forensic report, report number 1?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Is this the same?
So this is a revision.
A revision?
The revision submitted in February that just had a different record highlighted.
Yeah, okay, so basically, there's no big deal difference, right?
Correct.
Okay, so we can go by, you have the revised and I have the old. Can you look at January 10th on the Google search, for example?
I can.
You have it?
Yes, sir.
So looking at January 10th of 2023, just read along with me, and the jurors, again, will be able to look at this in the jury room. Prescription information at, it says 14:55. What does that mean? 12:14 in the morning?
14 a.m., yes.
All right. And then 19:11, which would be at 7:11 in the morning?
7:11 p.m.
Oh, PM, okay. Trazodone and Benadryl goes on about an hour later. Trazodone headache, Google search, goes on. Trazodone and ibuprofen goes on. Trazodone and Tylenol goes on to 2032, which would be 8:32 p.m. Trazodone and Tylenol interactions, right?
Correct.
Fair to say that these are things that Lindsay Googled on her cell phone. That's what this document refers to, right?
Somebody used the cell phone to Google it, yes.
Oh, you don't know who was actually using it, but this is
Exactly.
Lindsay's cell phone.
Yes.
You're aware of that. Just if we jump ahead, looking at all of these various Google searches, follow with me on, let's say, randomly, let's say, page 13, 1948, which would be 17:48 p.m., I guess. You with me on that?
Yes, 1948?
Yeah.
Yes,
How quickly does Wellbutrin work for depression? That's what was Googled, right?
correct.
Followed by Lamictal for depression, Elavil for depression, how to tell if you're sleep deprived, ketamine for suicidal ideation, right?
Correct.
These are all searches that were done on Lindsay's cell phone. On that particular date, chronologically, would have been the 12th of January, right?
Correct.
Now, without boring everybody, it goes on and on and on with searches along those lines. Suicidal ideation, drugs, trazodone, mixtures, things of that nature, right?
It does.
Page 17, if you have it, would be the Apple Note counsel asked you about.
Yes.
Okay. Now, if I suggest to you, sir, that this is the Apple Note, I believe a previous witness may have read this to the jury, so they will have this in the room to read. But basically, this is the note that says, I was the healthiest, happiest mom. I worked out every morning, meditated, took care of myself, and basically my life has turned to crap, right?
Correct.
So what was modified in this? If you know, because counsel asked you if there were modifications and things of that nature, and I'm just asking if you know, what was modified in it?
Exactly at the moment, I don't have all of that in front of me. It's possible to see snippets going back over time. I do recall
Okay.
on the 22nd of December when this was created, it started with the same sentence.
Yep.
And there was a few essentially spelling differences
Okay.
as time went on. But as much as you can recover from the earlier versions of the note, it's a snippet. It's essentially two sentences, and the
Basically
rest
the
of it
same
is
note.
it's essentially the same note.
Okay, thank you, sir. Going forward onto page 18, page 19, and 20, would you agree with me that, well, actually, in 21, they basically contain photographs that were sent from Lindsay's phone to, it looks like Patrick's phone. Would you agree with that?
I believe the first few pages are sent to Mommy.
Okay. And this basically is the, there we go. This is the snowman in the backyard being made, right?
Correct.
And then Lindsay's phone is sending the blue.
Yes, the
and
blue
gray
messages
would
are
be
outgoing.
what? The response?
Yes.
And can you tell me what the response is?
The one on screen at the moment is the response sent from Mommy to Lindsay's phone saying that's a big roll of snow. I was wondering if you got enough for the kids to play in, and it's a pretty nice day too. Gives them something to do on a day without school.
Okay. And then your report then goes on with additional photographs of the snowmen. There's a box of Cheerios apparently. And then there's a photograph of a young boy appearing to be very exuberant with his arms up in the air. And then there's the Lindsay phone responds with a picture of the little girl with a mask on, right?
Correct. And this is a conversation with Patrick.
Patrick, okay, so are you able to tell what Patrick said, if anything, when he sent the picture of the little boy with his arms up in the air?
So at the very top of that message above the photograph, it says, got himself dressed. And that would be the message that was sent alongside the photograph.
Okay, and then what was her response?
Initially, it was just the photograph.
Did she respond any further in your report or your research?
Sorry?
Did you see any response in your research of the phone?
I don't remember seeing any response.
All right, can you look at page 22?
Yes.
Okay, and this would be on January 24th, 2023, and it looks, what time is that? 8:19 in the morning?
Yes.
Okay, so if I suggest to you, sir, you can even look in your report, this is in the same thread with the little girl making the snowman, and the text about, it looks like a nice day, hoping you got snow, things of that nature. And there was a reference by the mother or mommy to get the hot chocolate ready, things of that nature, right?
The message at 8:19 a.m. that says cutie was sent by Patrick in
Okay.
a different thread to the snowman photographs.
Okay, but I'm asking you about the one that's underneath the snowman and the mummy text. The last commentary is get the hot chocolate ready.
Oh, yes, that's the one
Okay.
from...
And that's from the mother, apparently, right?
Correct.
Or someone that is in the phone as mummy, right?
And that was at 11:33 a.m.
Now, if you look on page 22, we can get to what you were talking about. It looks like January 24th at 8:19 in the morning, cell phone number 781-375-8564. And what does that say?
Cutie.
And that, so just tell us, so is that Patrick's phone?
Yes, that would be the phone stored as Patrick sending a message to Lindsay's phone.
And how did Lindsay respond, or how did her phone respond?
It appears that Lindsay reacted to an image with the love emoji.
Like a little hat thing?
Yes.
And then what did Patrick say?
Patrick asked, how's it going?
What did she say?
Good.
And then did she say anything further?
Yet she also responded, okay, her urine looked good, so nothing going wrong with her kidneys, a few.
So she indicates that her urine looked good, nothing going on with her kidneys, and then phew, like whew, something like that, right?
That's how I read it.
P-H-E-W? Yeah.
Yes.
And then he said good, right?
Yes.
And then as you go forward, there's more pictures of the kids with the snowman, making the snowman. Patrick then says to her at 11, looks like 11:29, am I reading that right, in the morning?
11:29
What does he say to her?
You're a good mama.
And does she respond?
She responds with an emoji, which is the face covered in hearts.
The face with the hearts? And then they go back and forth with each other up until getting the menu and asking what you want for takeout and things of that nature, right?
Correct.
Page 25, just in case you were looking. All right. Can you look at page 28 for me? And page 29, I can hold them up. Basically, they basically are just a continuation of photographs, little thumbnails of the kids doing snowman and sitting in the doctor's office, right?
Correct.
Okay. One of the things that you did is that you actually performed a comprehensive search. Is that a full focus extraction? Is that what you call it?
Full file system extraction.
Okay. And you did that for the phone belonging to Lindsay Clancy, right?
Correct.
That would be what you refer to as your appendix?
The appendix 1 of the Lindsay Clancy phone is 1,300 and some web search visits.
Okay. So I'm going to hand you what says report number 1, iPhone belonging to Lindsay Clancy, and ask if you can recognize that.
Yes, this appears to be just the web history from Lindsay's phone.
Okay, so that's pretty much if anybody cares to look at it, that's the entire web history, right?
Correct.
All right, I'd offer this, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, that may be admitted.
268.
Then, Mr. Whiffen, you also had report number 4, which would be the digital report for Patrick Clancy's
I did.
computer. I'd offer that, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, that may be admitted as well.
269.
All right, thank you.
And then finally, report number 5 says Surface Pro laptop belonging to Patrick Clancy.
Yes.
So this would be your search of his laptop as well, correct?
Correct.
So I'd offer this.
No objection.
All right, that may be admitted.
207.
Approaching you with an item, sir, I'm just going to... Well, I'm just going to ask it. I'm not going to do that. No problem. This says extraction report, Apple iPhone. You recognize that?
Yes, I didn't create it, but I recognize the report.
Okay, so that is a Celebrate report of the extraction of Lindsay's phone, correct?
May
Yeah,
I
you
take
can
a page?
look at whatever you want, yeah, of course.
Yes, this is a report generated by Physical Analyzer, a Celebrite tool of the device.
Okay. Now, if you look at the report, for example, just randomly on page, let's say, 9, bottom line, it says web history, I just grabbed that random, January 24th, 23, correct?
Yes.
And then you go to the right, and it says Lindsay's iPhone mobile library?
Yes.
Okay. And then it has the time that it was recorded, right?
Yes.
And what time would that be? On that date, which is January 24th.
It would be 9:55 local time in the morning.
So if you jump ahead to January 25, 2023, let's say, is that 7 o'clock in the morning?
Yes.
Okay. And that says, what is it measuring at 7 o'clock in the morning on January 25?
So this is for the hour of health data. So it's been aggregated and it shows that between 7 a.m. and 8 a.m. There was 47 meters traveled.
Okay. And then it goes on and it talks about, again, 7 o'clock in some seconds, it talks about 134 distance traveled.
Yes.
Okay. And, for example, January 25 at 8 o'clock in the morning, it talks about distance traveled, steps counted, and distance would be 47
Yes.
meters or feet?
Meters.
Okay. So is that information that is coming off of the cell phone, the Apple Watch, or what?
That's coming from the watch and the phone and being displayed as
So-
one amount of information.
It's coming from the watch, right?
The way that the data is presented there, it's coming from the watch or the phone.
Okay. And the data's coming from Celebrate, right?
Correct.
And Celebrate is God's gift to cell phone searches, right?
I like to think so.
I mean, you work with them, and you're also a guy that created all of this stuff for them, pretty much, right?
I've created some other tools, yes.
If I tell you, sir, that January 25 at 8 o'clock in the morning, Lindsay Clancy was in a coma, laying in a bed with tubes coming out of her body and certainly not wearing her Apple Watch. How did that happen?
Based purely on the report there, I'd suggest the data came from the phone rather than the watch.
As I just told you about the watch. Did you ever look at this watch?
No, we can't actually pull data directly from the watch. We pull it from the
How
phone.
do you look at a watch?
We extract the data from the phone, which is synchronized to from the watch to the phone.
Okay, so I'm handing you, is that an Apple Watch?
It appears to be, yes.
Okay. And if I suggest to you that this was found a number of days later in Lindsay's bedroom in a drawer that the police never seized. Have you ever seen this before?
I've never seen this before, no.
How long have you been working on this case for the government?
I started looking at this case in November last year.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have, Judge.
All right, redirect?
Thank you. Sir, from the documents that defense counsel just showed you, the activity on January 25th, was it your testimony that it could have been from the watch or the phone?
It could have been either device.
But what he showed you, did that have enough data on it to tell you specifically whether it was from the watch or the phone?
No, I'd need to take a look at the database itself and see where that information came from.
And you were saying that you cannot pull data from the watch itself, is that correct?
Correct. We don't extract the memory from the watch itself. We extract data from the phone, which is synchronized to the watch. So we ultimately get the watch data from the phone.
And why is it that you don't pull it from the watch itself?
Apple's proprietary connections, the encryption that they use on the device complicates extraction. And essentially, considering we get everything from the watch via the phone, it's just additional work required to pull data from the watch, which would just be a duplicate of what we already have.
And you said that the watch syncs itself to the phone, relaying all data that it's collecting to the phone, correct?
Correct.
And Lindsay's watch was synced to Lindsay's phone, correct?
It was.
And if you were able to look at the data from the dates defense counsel mentioned from the extraction itself, you would be able to tell whether the January 25th data was coming from the watch or the phone, correct?
I would, yes.
But you can't from what he showed you, correct?
From the printout, no. I'd need the actual data.
And if on January 25th, the police have the phone, and they're bringing it to an evidence room, and then they're bringing it to storage room, is that going to show steps and distance traveled?
Yeah, whenever the device is turned on, or whenever the phone is turned on, it will consistently record steps walked regardless of who's carrying it. It will consistently record flights climbed regardless of who's carrying it.
And so if the watch is turned off in a drawer somewhere, the phone would be what's relaying, or not relaying, but the phone would be what's recording the distance traveled and the steps taken, not the watch, correct?
That's the presumption, yeah. If the watch is turned off, it's not doing anything, any data would be from the phone.
And earlier, defense counsel just put in some exhibits of your indexes for all the data that you looked at for the phone and the computers, correct?
Correct.
And those indexes, do they contain everything that was on the phone and everything that was on each computer that could be pulled from the phone or the computer?
No, they were focused reports or focused searches. So for my reports, they were focused to essentially the internet history on those devices. The large Cellbrite report, again, I don't know who created that. I don't know what options were selected by that user, but there will be data on the device which is not covered in that report by virtue of that's how decoding works.
And on the defense counsel asked you about the flights climbed and how the last reading was at 5:38 p.m., correct?
Correct.
The last incoming phone call that you registered on your charts was the 6:09 p.m. phone call from Patrick to Lindsay that she did not answer, correct?
Correct.
From 5:38 p.m. to 6:09 p.m., were there any other flights climbed showing from either the watch or the phone?
Don't believe there was, no.
And Your Honor, we'd move to submit the full extraction as the next exhibit. It's being copied now, so we just put a disc envelope in its place.
Yeah, no objection.
All right, that may be admitted.
If I may, Your Honor, so you make reference to 5:38 for her question that there's no flights climbed, recorded, or anything up until 6 o'clock, right? You just answered that question.
Correct.
That's because the phone was either dead, off, we already went through that. She could have been walking all over the house, the yard, anywhere, right?
Yeah, the phone did not detect anything. I don't know why the phone didn't detect anything, whether it was
So your answer is you
Set
don't know
down.
what, I don't mean to be rude. Your answer is you don't know why, right?
Exactly. I don't know why it wouldn't
Okay.
record.
And you did not report at all on the steps and distances, did you?
I didn't know.
Okay, thank you.
Anything on that, Commonwealth?
No.
All right, thank you, sir. You may sit down. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Commonwealth Press. Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor. There are some exhibits. My mistake. I believe they're by agreement,
Yeah, they were, I agree.
All right,
and then we would rest.
all right.
We have the Tewksbury Hospital records, 2 discs. 272A, B. Mass General Institute Health Professions transcript. Quinnipiac transcript.
Who was that?
Quinnipiac transcript. 74. And then
Sorry, oh boy. So the state's gonna rest. Like Simi's like, rest in peace, old lady with your bows. Okay, that was Ian Whiffen. The problem is, it's cell phone data across the board, right? That should always be a question. And so far, Celebrite comes out ahead of most of the other places that analyze cell phone data. And you got to pay close attention to what they're saying they're analyzing, right? I paid so much attention to the Bernhardt's talking. Bring all the background info together. And Whiffen's out here using his own tools, just like Cyray does. They all do it. It would take them all with, I began to call them the data dudes in the Karen Reed case, because we heard from so many data dudes and the salt shaker lady. Anyway, we'll get back to this. So the state's going to rest. Which we didn't know how much more she could actually bring forward, because she hasn't brought anything forward yet that says Lindsay was this domineering, hateful lady, control freak, all the blah, blah, blah. We haven't seen evidence of that. Bad mom, couldn't stand, life with kids. We haven't seen any of that. It's crazy. So let's let them finish up. Let her get her last few words in before Reddington brings the business. We'll see. Today's bow. Isn't this Simi? I think she's worn this one before. This is her favorite from Granny's vintage bow collection. And ma'am, we know Cora allegedly liked the bows, and so we have to side-eye you as to why you are wearing the bows. But I don't think the bows helped her, y'all. They didn't help me on my phone call a while ago either. Idiots. Idiot post office. I said it out loud. Now I'm done.
employment records from Mass General Hospital.
Whoops, what did I do?
We rest.
All right, and with that, the Commonwealth rests.
Thank God. I told that lady at the post office, y'all, my butt hurt and I really wanted my chair. They said they attempted to deliver my new chair, but it wouldn't fit into the mailbox. So they didn't leave it. And I was like, what? Y'all deliver my son large packages all the time right to the front porch. I order one and you can't get it in the mailbox? Just to find out they never attempted to leave the post office with it. I'm like, well, why are they telling me and you they attempted to leave it, but it wouldn't fit in my little tiny mailbox? She's like, that's a good question. Jesus. And the post office closes at 4 and I can't get down there till after 6. What? Just redeliver my chair. Okay, that was a rant and now it's over. That was a rant. A calm rant.
All right. All right, so, members of the jury, as you heard from Terry Sprague, the Commonwealth has rested. All right, so at this point, I've got to address some matters with the attorneys. So I'm going to, it's another one of those stops. We're going to take a stop at this point to have you go back to the jury room to address a few things with the attorneys.
He said, I'm going to do one of those stops. Did he break out the stop sign?
And then we'll bring you right back in, okay?
All rise, please, jurors.
We'll stand by to see what they say in the court that we can hear. Sammy, they are. Look, if I can't rant, I got to get it out of my system. So I tell my son, just rant. Just let it all out your system, right? I'll go out in the backyard and sit down at my table with my coffee and just rant to all the birds. And they're like, yes, we hear you. We're holding space. You're valid. You got a good point. The birds be talking back to me. Yes, I love a good rant occasionally. Post office irritated me. Don't say you'd attempt to deliver something when you damn well know you didn't. Good God. You woman hater. You deliver to my son, but not to me. My butt hurts. I'm tired of this damn chair. I need my chair.
Jurors have exited the courtroom. This court's in session. Please be seated.
Before we do the motion for required finding, Your Honor, is this a good time to take a morning break?
Sure, do you want to take a short break?
Looking something up, that's all. I
All right.
apologize.
So the court will be in a short recess, and we'll come back without the jury. We'll address the motion, and then we'll kind of go from there. Okay, thank you.
Court, all rise.
Which motion's he going to address? Hold on. Let's see. He had a couple that he needed to got busy on. Are they still at their break? Yeah, okay, they're still at morning break. Let me refresh. Yes, Simi. I told that lady on the phone. She was super nice, though. I was super nice to her. When she said they didn't even leave the post office, I was like, well, how can they tell us they attempted delivery then? So they went so far as to say it wouldn't fit in my mailbox. Like, what? Liars. What are they lying today for? They starting off their week with bad woo-woo. What do I hear out there now? There's also my neighbor had moved and she left that garbage can sitting out there. Like a month has gone by and they keep passing by and they never stop to get it. Like, are they ever going to pick up that damn trash can off the curb? Because I'm tired of looking at it. I'm starting to get irritated with this whole situation. Come get the stupid garbage can because I'm sick of looking at it and bring me my chair. Damn it. I saved that $100 to buy that chair with, and then I researched it because I ain't about to spend money on a ridiculous chair that ain't going to work. My money's too valuable. I cannot do it. Simi, I like to sit here at this desk and talk to my friends far too much to put up with a ridiculous chair that makes my ass hurt. All right? My body's too old for all that nonsense. It's like, girl, you better get a chair in here. If you're going to sit here all the time, you better do something. You better do something. Actually, I had this other chair I liked, but it wouldn't fit to the desk, right? So it was never going to work as a desk chair. So I had to make
All right.
a different
So the
chair.
Commonwealth having rested, Mr. Reddington, does the defendant have a motion?
Yes, Your Honor, I passed it up to the court. I don't know if you have it in front of you. It's basically a Rule 25. It doesn't have any memoranda with it, but I would argue, and I would cite to the court the case that was decided of Commonwealth versus Brunette Silvera. It's BRUNETTE-SELVEIRA. It was decided towards the end of May of 26 by the appeals court in Massachusetts. It was a case out of the Boston Municipal Court where defendant was charged with assault and battery on a police officer. The evidence was presented that the defendant was acting erratically and that there was an awful lot of evidence that indicated that brought out on cross-examination from witnesses that the defendant was suffering from some type of a mental illness. Based on that evidence being presented, the government rested their case, just as they've done here. My suggestion to the court is that the evidence that's been presented on this case against Ms. Clancy I would suggest does not rise to the level under Rule 25 of even if you take the Lattimore standard and determine that the evidence would be decided in the light most favorable to the government at this stage of the case, I think the Brunette-Silvera case places, as they describe it, a negative obligation to prove a negative as part of their case in chief on the government. I suggest to Your Honor that the evidence that has been presented in this case is overwhelming, that this young woman was clearly and unequivocally suffering from a mental disease or defect, that it was occupying her waking hours, her life, that she considered all of her avenues. She attempted to go to these health care providers, using the term loosely, that she went to these people. She had medication after medication after medication. She was obviously acting, I suggest to the court, in a state that was observed by witnesses that, in fact, that she was suffering from mental disease or defect, and then ultimately this horrific incident. So under that Brunette-Silvera case, there's no evidence, I suggest, from the government that would rebut the fact that there is evidence of lack of criminal responsibility. So under Brunette-Silvera and the cases that were cited in that opinion, respectfully, I would suggest that a required finding of not guilty should be entered on the case. I also would argue to the court that I think that under the Brunette-Silvera standard and the evidence that Your Honor has before you, that the matter should be reduced down, if you will, from premeditated malice of forethought, cruelty, and atrocity to second degree. I'm not arguing at this stage Commonwealth versus Gray or any of its progeny as to manslaughter, but I think the court, certainly in its wise exercise of discretion, has the ability and the right to reduce the charge to second-degree murder or enter a required finding.
All right, counsel, thank you. Commonwealth.
Thank you, Your Honor. The case that defense counsel cited, there was a presentation of the Commonwealth's evidence. Commonwealth rested. Defense called an expert who said that the defendant was not criminally responsible, and the Commonwealth relied on a cross-examination of that witness and did not call any further witnesses. So the motion was filed for a required finding at the close of all of the evidence, which is what's required under Commonwealth versus Lawson, which Brunette-Silva cites and is still good law. An SJC case, 475 Mass 806 from 2016, in which the court says that a motion for a required finding of not guilty by reason of lack of criminal responsibility may only be brought at the close of all of the evidence, not at the close of the Commonwealth's case. In this case, as you're aware, defense plans on presenting experts who testified that the defendant was not criminally responsible, and then the Commonwealth will have a rebuttal case with their own experts. So I think the time and place for the motion would be at the close of all of the evidence and not now.
All right. Well, I had an opportunity to take a look at Brunette-Silvera. So based on that and based on the standard as described that I have to apply at this point, I'm going to deny the defendant's motion.
Damn.
I don't think I have to object, but I will.
All right. As we say, duly noted.
Yes, thank you, Judge. Your Honor, could I inquire? Emily Thorndike is here and has been here. I'm just wondering, is the government ready for us to do the voir dire to see if she can testify? Because she is self-employed, she has patients, and has canceled them day after day. I'm just inquiring if we're ready to go on that.
All right, so the question I think that we had put this over was in large part because of the records from McLean's. Do we know if those are in?
I've been inquiring by the clerk if there's been any status from the clerk's office, and I've told they haven't received anything. We have a call over to McLean's. They've acknowledged the receipt. They were waiting for a call back from somebody at the office. They thought that the records were produced on Friday, but clearly that wasn't the case. So we have a call. We're waiting for a return call. I've provided people in my office the Madam Clerk's email address to get it expedited as quick as possible. So we are working to try to resolve the issue, and the hospital has acknowledged they received the subpoena. We just don't have a response yet. And I would just also remind that we discussed this last week and talked about doing this tomorrow on Tuesday in order to get those records and have time for everybody to get them and review them so that a proper examination of the witness can be done in a voir dire.
All right. Well, let's do this. Let's do this before we start going at each other. We're gonna see if the records come in. All right? The records come in, then we got to determine how long it takes for people to review it and get ready. So if we can do that this afternoon, great.
All right.
If we can't, I'll hear from the parties as to why we can't. We may have to do it tomorrow. But if we can do that today, I do understand that witness has been here a number of days. But at this point, it's a question of the records coming in, which really is out of both parties' hands. So if the records are in, the parties can get ready, we'll do that voir dire. If not, we may have to do that tomorrow. Okay? All right.
Understood.
Ms. Reddington?
Ready? Ready for the jury, Judge?
Yeah.
All rise, please. Jury's entering. Court is back in session. You may be seated.
For the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties present, including the defendant, and including the 18 jurors.
All right. So members of the jury, as I indicated before, the Commonwealth is rested. All right, so at this time, I'm going to inquire of the defendant if she intends or wishes to call any witnesses at this time. Mr. Reddington?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. David Camp, please, I believe she's right outside.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant?
Hi, good afternoon. I'm going to ask you if you could keep your voice up and speak into that microphone. Okay? Thank you.
Say the same thing, so make sure that all the jurors way down here even can hear you, okay?
Okay.
Tell us your name,
It's Margaret Hamp,
and what town do you live in?
Stoneham.
And what do you do for work?
I'm a labor and delivery nurse
Where?
at Mass General.
And how long have you been working as a labor and delivery nurse?
I started on our labor and delivery unit in 2012.
Okay, so about, what, 24 years? No.
I started for the obstetrics department in 2006.
Okay, so 20 years you've been working for Mass General between obstetrics and labor and delivery, right?
Correct.
Do you know Lindsay?
I do.
How do you know her?
I was working on the labor floor when Lindsay first started with us.
So this would be the labor and delivery floor, and she started as a nurse, correct?
Correct.
You had already been working there?
Correct.
And she was about, what, 24 years old?
Roughly.
And came in as a young woman as a nurse, correct?
Correct.
Can you tell us, to your let me ask you this, how many years did you work with her?
She started, I believe, in 2015, and I worked until 2002 when she went out with Callan.
About 7 years or thereabouts. Did you know that she had a child, Cora?
Yes.
And did you know that she had a child, Dawson?
Yes.
And ultimately that she had a child, a baby that was born very, very recently, Callan. In the years that you were working with her, were you able to observe, I mean, did she like being a nurse? Did she want to work, or was she a good nurse? What's your opinion?
Lindsay loved being a nurse. She was really good at being a nurse. She was compassionate. She was kind. She was a patient advocate. She was the type of nurse that you wanted taking care of you or your loved one when you walked onto our unit.
Did you observe, for example, that on occasion when she would be involved with the delivery of a baby, that she would become emotional?
Lindsay was often emotional during birth of complete strangers. She would cry and she would just say, "That was so beautiful." You could just tell that she really loved being in that setting.
Over those years, right up until the time of Callan being born, fair to say that you stayed friendly with her?
Yes.
And you're still friendly with her?
Yes.
Can you tell us, did you observe during the time you worked with her how she emoted or felt about her children, all three of them?
Yes.
Tell us anything that you recall.
So Lindsay and I worked the night shift together, and often on the night shift you get to have an opportunity to really get to know your coworkers and celebrate things that are happening in their lives or support them with things that are not going so well. Lindsay asked a lot of questions of her coworkers about parenting. Simple things as she would poll the nursing staff about monogrammed lunch boxes, right down to sleeping habits. What questions do you ask a daycare provider to make sure that you're in the right place? She was often asking her coworkers childcare, parenting tips.
When she had Callan, after Callan was born in the late spring of 22, did you see her after the birth of Callan?
I did not see her after the birth of Callan.
Were you aware that she had taken a leave of absence from Mass General?
Yes.
Did you stay in touch with her by phone or text?
I briefly kept in touch through text. After Callan was born, I reached out to her and I asked her for her address and how she was doing so I could send her a gift. And then a few months later, she circled back to me to thank me for the gift that I had sent her.
Do you recall an incident on one occasion where she was looking or monitoring one of the children and the child was crying and you observed what happened after that?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
Lindsay often checked in on her kids while they were sleeping at night. Again, we worked the night shift, and she had the ability to look at her phone and see what Cora or Callan were doing in their cribs. And she shared that with a lot of us. There was one particular night that Cora was crying. She was probably about 6 months old, and Lindsay never let Cora cry. She wasn't at that point in parenting, and she was very communicative about that. And Cora was crying on the monitor. It was the middle of the night, and maybe after 10 minutes, she started to call Pat, and he wasn't answering. And she got really worried that Cora was crying, but now Pat wasn't answering his phone. So in the middle of the night, she called the police to do a wellness check on her family.
Okay. And while you were working the night shift, is that pretty much what you both worked together all those years?
Yes.
Would that be through the pandemic as well?
Yes.
Would you say that that was quite a bonding experience, being in labor delivery up close and personal with patients during the pandemic at night?
Of course, it was a very challenging time as a healthcare provider.
Thank you very much. You can inquire.
All right, Commonwealth?
Good morning.
Good morning.
So the incident that you just told us about where Ms. Clancy was watching the monitor overnight, you were aware that the police responded and everything was fine, right?
Yes.
And you worked with her through 2022 when she went out with Levon Callan?
Correct.
And you never visited their house after Callan was born, did you?
No.
You don't know what was going on in her life, did you?
No.
And she didn't share any of her struggles with you via text or in any other capacity, did she?
No.
And as a labor and delivery nurse, and having been trained in labor and delivery, and you said you worked obstetrics before, correct?
Correct.
Is it fair to say that you often have patients that come to you in both those areas that have some mental illness or are on psychiatric medications, right?
Sometimes.
And working labor and delivery, you have some training on how to handle patients that are on certain types of medications, right?
Limited training, yes.
Well, it affects how you're going to go through a birth plan or do a delivery if a person is on some sort of long-term medication, right?
Right.
And so you're aware that Zoloft is something that's deemed safe for pregnant moms and breastfeeding moms?
Yes.
And you've had patients that have dealt with bipolar issues before?
Yes.
And that they have to remain medication compliant in order to manage those things, right?
Yes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
All right, Ms. Brennington?
So your experience dealing with patients that have birthed a child, as the district attorney asked, and are on Zoloft and expressing issues of being a parent, were you aware of any incidents where Lindsay was with you and a woman did in fact express concern that she wanted to hurt herself or her child?
There was a particular patient that Lindsay was on staff when this patient arrived. It was a patient that arrived to the unit that had plans to harm herself while she was pregnant. And we had a conversation. Lindsay was brand new. It was the summer that she had just started. And we had a conversation about mental health in pregnancy and postpartum. And I asked her if she had ever heard of the Andrea Yates case, and she hadn't. And I explained that to her, and she cried. And she said, "How could a mother hurt her children?"
Thank you. All set.
Thank you.
Commonwealth?
No.
All right, let me sit down. Thank you. Counsel.
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Olenska, please. Olenska, O-L-E-G-A.
solemnly swear that the testimony you give, and you shall give to the court. Thank you. You may take a seat.
Hey, good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon.
I'm going to ask you, speak into that microphone, keep your voice up, okay?
Okay.
Great, thank you. Counsel.
Thank you, Judge. Afternoon. Tell us your name, please, and spell it.
It's Allison Ozga, Allison. Last name is Ozga.
You know Lindsay?
I do.
How would you know her?
Lindsay's my sister.
And can you tell us, are you close to Lindsay? Do you live near each other? Do you socialize? What type of relationship have you had with her?
We're very close. We have not lived in the same state for about 10 years now, but we do communicate, and I do think we're very close.
And do you text with her on a regular basis?
Yes,
And you talk on the phone, do you?
occasionally.
Directing your attention to the fall of, well, actually heading into like Thanksgiving and Christmas of 2022. Do you remember that time frame?
Yes,
And did you have occasion to see your sister during that period of time?
yes.
And let's direct our attention to, let's say, Thanksgiving 2022. Had you noticed any change in Lindsay's personality or any observation of how she appeared to you?
I will say on Thanksgiving in particular is when the first time I saw her in person after quite some time. I had known she had not been doing well via text message communication that we had. I think on Thanksgiving, she, her mood did not look good, her energy, she didn't seem very energized. It definitely seemed off from how I've seen her in the past.
And were you aware that that carried through from November into December, around the holiday season, if you had stayed in touch with her?
Yes.
And can you tell us what you observed about her around the holiday season as it related to her, from your observations and your texting and your communications with Lindsay? How did she appear to you at that point?
The beginning of December, it seemed like she very much decompensated. I do remember her saying at one point at the beginning of December, something along the lines of, I'm in a really tough spot. And knowing what she had shared with me previously about how her mental health had been struggling, I had this gut feeling that something was off and that she was really struggling, and I asked her if she was safe.
What did she say?
She said yes at that point.
And you knew her husband, Pat?
Yes.
And you knew the kids?
Yes.
Obviously. Do you recall around Christmas itself, and perhaps a little bit thereafter, that you spoke with her and that she indicated, basically, I'm not doing okay?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what you observed about her demeanor or her symptomology when you said she was decompensating around that time? What were they symptoms in your mind of?
Based on communication with Lindsay, and I started communicating with Pat directly at that time, she was reporting her mood was worsening, as she described as depression. She was having more suicidal thoughts. Insomnia continued to be an issue. She was really not feeling like herself.
And did you know that during that period of time where she was telling you about the suicidal thoughts and the issue of depression, that she was seeing doctors?
Yes.
And what did she tell you about seeing the doctors, and if she was on any medication, and if so, what effect did they have on her?
So the first thing she said about the doctors was back in October when she said that she saw a doctor for Zoloft and had a very awful reaction to that Zoloft.
Would that be Dr. Tufts?
I don't believe she shared that specific with me.
Share the name? Okay.
No. And then I think throughout our communication over the couple months of October to December, she did share with me that she was going to doctors, she was getting different prescriptions, kind of all the things that they were trying and different treatments they were looking at.
And do you recall when you were talking with her about her symptoms towards the end of December that she had, in your words, decompensated significantly and stated to you that she felt nothing and that she was scared, things of that nature?
Yes.
What else did she tell you, if you recall?
At the end of December, so I think it was more along the same of, that she is really not feeling well. Her mood is down. She's feeling numb. She's feeling hopeless. I believe at the very end of the month, she told me she had had suicidal ideation every day for a month.
Do you recall towards the end of the month around New Year's that she voluntarily admitted herself somewhere?
Yes.
Do you know where she admitted herself?
McLean Hospital.
And while she was at McLean Hospital, ultimately, do you know how she got out of McLean Hospital?
It was my understanding that she was weaning off of some medication that she was on, and then was eventually discharged 5 days later.
Now, did you see her or talk to her after she left McLean Hospital trying to wean herself off of whatever medication it was? Because you don't know what the medication was, right?
I believe it was Seroquel.
Seroquel.
Yep.
Did she tell you anything to the effect that when she got out of the hospital that she felt as though this was a step in the right direction? Did she seem as though she was trying to be positive about her life?
Yes.
And tell us about that, because up until this point you had observed her decompensating and having these symptoms and suicidal ideation and depression and feeling nothing and scary. When she got out of McLean, what did she appear to you and what did she say to you?
I believe she said she felt that was a good plan and that she was starting to feel better.
So was your sister, in your opinion, granted she's your sister and you're biased, obviously, but was she a complainer?
No.
And obviously, she didn't share with you in detail her doctors and medicines and things of that nature. Is that fair?
No.
But you were aware of the struggles and the hurt that she was going through.
Yes.
And then through the month of January, did you have occasion to see her, or were you, because you still live in different states?
Yes. Yes, I did have an occasion to see her in January.
When?
We went to Cora's birthday party.
And that was at the trampoline park?
Yes.
How did she appear at that?
I think she looked like she was going through the motions of putting together a birthday party for her daughter, but she looked tired. She looked like she was still struggling.
So there was a difference in your observation of what you had known your sister to have as a personality?
Yes.
And then, of course, the horrible day, were you aware, or did somebody call you and tell you that the children had been killed?
Yes.
One of them still survived and ultimately passed.
Yes.
And do you recall who told you that?
Yes.
Who was that?
My mother.
And as a result of getting the call from your mother, what did you do?
I jumped in a car, packed a bag, and I sped up to South Shore Hospital, which is where I was told she was.
Did you see her in South Shore Hospital?
No.
Did you know that she was then transferred to another hospital after South Shore?
Yes.
And what hospital was that?
I believe it was Brigham and Women's.
And were you able to visit her in Brigham and Women's?
Yes.
And did it take some time before they would allow you to visit with her?
Yes.
How long, if you know?
I think it was approximately 2 weeks.
Okay. And then you were able to see her pretty much on a regular basis?
Yes.
And where does your mother and father live?
In Connecticut.
And are you close to them?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury, from the time of this incident in January 24th of 2023 up until now, 2026, where has your mother and father been living?
My parents have been spending the majority of their time up here in Massachusetts
Why?
so that they could visit Lindsay as much as possible.
Almost on a daily basis?
Yes.
Was that on a bed and breakfast or a bed and bath, or was it a hotel, or where were they staying?
They've been living out of hotels.
Thank you, that's all. You can inquire.
Como.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Now, when Lindsay was at McLean Hospital and she was discharged, did she tell you that she asked to be discharged early to go to Cora's birthday party?
I can't recall.
And do you recall speaking to the police on January 25th, just a day after this all happened back in 2023?
Yes.
And do you recall telling them that you saw Lindsay 2 weeks prior to the 24th, roughly around the birthday party time, and that she seemed okay?
Yes.
Do you recall telling the police that you spoke to her in phone calls many times after she was discharged to McLean, and that her tone of voice in those calls seemed better?
I did not speak to her on the phone. Most of our communication was via text.
So you don't recall saying that to the police, that the tone of Lindsay's voice in our phone conversations was better the last couple weeks since she had been released from the hospital?
I believe when I said that, I meant her tone via her text messages.
And so her tone in her text messages was better?
A bit.
And do you recall telling police that you spoke to Lindsay on Thursday, January 19th, 2023, and she seemed okay?
Yes.
And that was a phone call, correct?
That was text message.
Text message, okay.
Yes.
So when you were saying spoke to the police, you were referring to text messages?
Correct.
And so in that text message, she seemed fine?
She seemed okay.
So she had just been released from McLean Hospital at the beginning of January, and all of your communications after the birthday party were text messages, is that correct?
I think the date's wrong.
I believe so, yes.
And just so we make sure we have the date correct, after she was discharged from McLean in January of 2023, up until January 24th, 2023, all of your communications were via text.
Yes.
Did you visit her at her home that month?
No.
You didn't reach out or call her at all, correct?
I reached out and called, yes. I did not visit her at her home, no.
When you called, did she respond? Did she answer the phone?
I'm sorry, let me backtrack. I can't recall whether I made a phone call. I can recall the majority of our communication between January 1st and January 24th was via text message.
Okay, so there could have been some phone calls.
I cannot recall any phone calls.
You are a licensed social worker, correct?
Correct.
And you're a mandated reporter, correct?
Yes.
And at any point in time between January 1st, 2023 and January 24th, 2023, did you have enough concern about the safety of the kids or the safety of your sister to file a report as a mandated reporter?
No.
Thank you.
Mr. Ray?
Oh, yeah, Judge, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let me step down.
I would call Paula Musgrove, please.
All right, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Okay, I'm going to remind you, like I remind everybody else, just speak into the microphone if you could keep your voice up, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Afternoon, tell us your name and spell your name, please.
My name is Paula Musgrove, Paula Musgrove.
And Mrs. Musgrove, fair to say that you are Lindsay's mother,
Yes, I am Lindsay's mother.
and your husband is here as well in the blue shirt, correct?
Yes,
You've been here for every day for the trial, is that correct?
yes.
I just have a few questions for you. Obviously, you tell us about Lindsay when she was a kid. Was she a good kid, good student, that type of thing?
She was a very good kid and an excellent student, very excellent student all through school, through high school, college. Yes, excellent.
Ever been in trouble, law enforcement or schools or discipline or anything?
No.
Were you aware of her husband, Pat?
Yes,
And obviously, you knew when they got married and when they were dating and things of that
Yes.
nature, went to the wedding, obviously.
Yes,
Fair to say that you were close to your daughter and Pat,
yes,
and you knew, obviously, the grandchildren?
yes.
Tell the jury how you interacted and felt about your grandchildren.
I loved my grandchildren with all my heart. And you never know what it's like to love a grandchild until you become a grandmother. And it was the most beautiful thing. I love them with all my heart.
Now, did you have occasion to see how Lindsay reacted and treated her kids as a mother?
Yes.
And granted that you're her mother, so you're obviously biased, tell the jury what observations you made of Lindsay as a mother through the years after Cora was born, and then Dawson, and then, of course, baby Callan.
Lindsay was a very loving mother. She was dedicated to her children. She was a fun mother. She was always doing things for her kids. She always wanted to be a mother, have many children, and I felt it was the best thing that ever happened to her. And she would do anything for her children. She was just a loving mother.
Now, in 2022, Callan was born, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you stay in touch with Lindsay and Pat during that period of time, the spring into the summer of 2022?
Yes.
And how often would you see them or talk to them, or what would you do? You go to cookouts, or would you have parties, or how would you socialize?
Myself and my husband would travel from Connecticut to Duxbury at least 2 or 3 times a month, as well as them coming to Connecticut to visit us.
And would you agree that in the summer, for example, of 2022, that Lindsay and Pat were active with the kids and were pretty happy?
Very happy, yes.
Did you observe in the summer of 22 any changes at that point in her personality and the way she was acting with her friends in society?
In the summer, no.
And they were having a fairly good summer.
Yes.
Did you notice at some point a change in Lindsay's demeanor?
Yes.
Tell the jury when that was.
It was sometime probably around the 2nd week of October.
What happened that you noticed?
I noticed that she had become very anxious. She told me she was anxious about going back to work because Callan was having trouble taking a bottle, and she didn't feel right about leaving him.
And as a result of that, did she tell you that she was going to put off going back to work?
Yes, she told me she was applying for an extension.
Now, did you know at that point that she was going through any issues involving depression or anxiety or having any suicidal ideation or anything like that?
At that point, no.
At what point, if any, did you become aware that your daughter was suffering from this symptomology?
In late October.
And how did that come about?
She sent me a text message.
And do you recall when that was?
Yes, that was on October 20th.
Now, Your Honor, the government has introduced into evidence the entire of the phone dumps, if you will, and I think they put it on a disc, and it's probably thousands of pages, but I do have the text thread that deals with that time frame in October. I'd like to offer that so that it's apparent what I'm referring to, rather than having to search through thousands of pages of a disc.
No objection.
Okay. They may be admitted.
So approaching, what we have this thing. Now, the text message that you're referring to, would that be on October 20th of 2022?
Yes,
And do you have that on your phone right now?
I do.
Can you just pull that up for us?
I can. Just give me a moment. Okay, I have it.
Kelsey, do you have a copy maybe that she could look at?
Oh, I have a copy.
Yeah, that might be easier for the witness.
So I'm going to approach you with this board and ask if this is a copy of the text that you're referring to.
Yes, it is.
Would you read that for the jury?
Mom, will you please come up and stay with me for a bit? I'm really sick. Something is wrong. I had horrible insomnia all night, and I just don't know how I'm going to get through the day. I started taking the medicine my doctor prescribed for anxiety, and I think it's made things worse. It's just really scary, and I don't want to be alone.
You want to write off of this?
Objection. It's already in evidence.
What do we mark it for identification? Is that text within the,
I'd rather have
trust?
it in the board.
Well, I know you would, but we already have the,
They want a little training. Can I just offer the board like?
no, we're going to mark that for identification. The text that is been referred and read to is within Exhibit 276, which was just off.
I'm sorry, which is what?
I think it was within Exhibit 276, which was within that thread that you just offered.
Okay, so I will then, that would be 276, so that will be over here. As a result of receiving that text, did you then come up to?
Hold on a second.
Exhibit W for identification.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, thank you.
All right, thank you.
So as a result of that, did you come up to Duxbury?
Yes, same day.
And tell us about that. What happened that day at the end of October?
Lindsay had been, I believe she went to the emergency room that day, and she had come home. She was feeling a bit better. She told me that she couldn't sleep, she was very anxious, and she was afraid.
And how long did you stay with her?
At that point,
Yes.
I believe at that point I stayed for about a week.
And was your husband with you?
He came later. He didn't come directly with me then because he was still working, so he came later.
I never asked. What did you do for work?
I worked for Weight Watchers.
And you're retired?
Yes.
How about your husband? Is he working now?
He recently retired.
And what was the nature of his work?
He was in photography,
What kind of photography?
school picture photography.
For yearbooks and things like that?
Yeah, and school pictures, when you had your kids' pictures taken.
And he just recently retired.
Yes.
Is it fair to say that during the month of October into November, into the holidays in December, that you and your husband would stay with Lindsay and the kids?
Yes. I stayed more than my husband because he needed to go back home to work.
Sure. While you were staying with Lindsay, can you tell us your opinion as to her condition? Was it decompensating? Was she getting better as time went on through November and December into the holidays?
Through November into December, it was not getting better and into the holidays.
And you knew she was on medication at that point?
Yes.
You knew she was seeing doctors at that point?
Yes.
So tell us, is there an incident that came to your mind that you recall that occurred on one evening that indicated to you how seriously she was suffering?
There were many. One particular evening that was disturbing to me was that, she was afraid to be alone, and she actually asked if she could sleep with me.
When was that?
That was late November, early December.
And did she indeed sleep with you on that occasion?
She did.
Continuing on through the holidays, did you guys get together for the holidays, Christmas or Thanksgiving, if you recall?
Yes, I was down there probably most of December through Christmas Eve, and then I left on Christmas Eve to come home to see my other daughter and her family, and then Lindsay actually came to my house later the day on Christmas Day.
Was she with Pat?
Yes.
Okay, and the kids?
Yes.
During that period, of time did you make further observation as time went into January? Oh, back it up. At some point, she voluntarily went into McLean Hospital?
Yes,
You knew that?
yes.
How did you know that?
I was there.
What do you mean you were there?
I was at Lindsay's house staying with them.
You take care of the kids?
Yes,
And it's fair to say that Pat's parents, mom and dad, also stepped up, taking care of the kids, helping out during this period of time?
they were there, I guess, when we weren't there. I didn't really see them, but,
Right, because you guys would be different time frames.
right.
But you all were pulling together as a family, is that
Right.
correct? January, leading up to January 24th, do you recall, and can you tell the jurors what, if any, observations you made of Lindsay and her condition?
Lindsay had lost a lot of weight. She had become, during this whole time, paranoid about different things that really she shouldn't have, really weren't logical to become paranoid about. She would mention that this wasn't her mind. She would say to me, this isn't me. I've never been like this before. And I would agree because she wasn't. She was attempting to go through the motions of her day, take care of the kids as best she could. She didn't want to drive. So at times when Pat didn't go pick the kids up at school, I would drive Lindsay to pick the kids up at school because she was afraid to drive.
Did she express to you concern that in this time frame that people at the school, teachers and other people would be able to know what she was thinking and would think that she wasn't a good mother because she was sick?
Yes, she said, the school knows something's going on because I'm not driving my car. They see that I'm not driving my car to pick the kids up.
Do you recall the end of January that she made a statement to you about the medication, in her opinion, what it was doing to her mind?
Yes.
What did she say?
She said that she couldn't remember anything. The medication was pretty much just destroying her mind, and it wasn't her. She said, this isn't me. I just want to feel better and enjoy my kids again.
Now, I know that this is difficult. In December of 2022, do you recall the time that you were in the kitchen with Lindsay and Patrick and she made a statement about her state of mind to her husband, Pat, and you were there?
Yes.
I know it's difficult. Just tell us what you remember.
I remember her being very nervous. I remember her saying, I just have to tell you guys something. And then she told us.
What did she tell you?
She told us that she had thoughts of harming the children.
Thank you very much.
Why don't we take the afternoon recess at this time? We'll come back for cross-examination. All right. So, ma'am, you can step down.
Thank you.
All right. So, members of the jury, we're going to take the break at this time. We expect to have you back about 2 o'clock. Okay?
All rise, please. Jurors exiting.
Everybody still with me?
All right. Counsel, can I see you just for a second, just kind of time-wise?
I was trying to make lunch. I started to get hungry. And I was like, how long is this going to go before we get break? And honestly, I don't know how many mental health experts the defense plans to call. We know some of the doctors he's planning to call. But did he do enough on Cross to get, you know what I mean? Will he recall some of those doctors to go at them a little more? Hang on, I'm looking at something, guys. Okay. Yeah, according to what I'm reading, he's only got Dr. Philip Resnick. He is the renowned forensic psychiatrist retained to evaluate Lindsay. So that's going to be the biggest one, I think. La Posado, of course, she's going to testify to the mechanism of death. Paul Zeisel, he was the ER doctor when Lindsay was brought in, a crime scene forensic specialist. Oh, a blood spatter and reconstruction expert sourced from the Henry Lee Institute. Oh, goodness. Medical treatment fact witnesses. The defense list also features various treating medical professionals, nurses, and psychiatrists involved in her care prior to 2023. So, yeah, there's that. Yeah, a few people left and went to a different chat because they wanted to go chat, I guess. I was listening, taking notes, and doing stuff in here in my space, kind of reorganizing and listening, taking notes. I like to try to focus. If I'm chatting it up with everybody, it's going to be about what I'm listening to in the court, usually. Unless it's boring testimony, then I'm like, what are y'all talking about? Oh, the DA don't come off as cold and rude. She is cold and rude. There ain't no coming off to it like it, right? She is cold and rude, but sometimes defense attorneys don't care how they're perceived. They just got to go in there and do their job, they think. But what is she going to ask these parents, Just corroborate the timeline. They're going to come back at you with that I don't recall thing. Turnabout's fair play. Hey, if a cop can get on the witness stand or a psychiatrist and say I don't recall, then so can the victim or the defendant's mother, right? Sister. I don't recall. What is going on with my weird live stream today? No, they're not going to call. The pastor can't testify to anything he knows. They cannot force that pastor to get up there and tell one thing Lindsay Clancy has said to that pastor. That's why the defense attorney's like, really, you want the pastor's name? Because the minute the pastor came into the conversation, I was like, not so fast, Miss Prosecutor. You know better. She knew better. She tried, and she did not succeed. She damn well knew better. We don't need to hear from the pastor. That's off limits. And y'all retain the cell phone data information that you get from these different trials. File it away for your next trial. And remember it when it comes back into play. If you don't trust it today, how the hell can you trust it in tomorrow's trial where you're on a different side of things? Just keep that in mind at all times. We can't be having, today's cell phone data is accurate and tomorrow, no, it's not. Like, what? I'll note that in my little filing cabinet here in my brain. Like, that person's, they play both sides of the fencer. Both sides of the fencer. The DA ain't trying, you know what, Rachel, she ain't trying to tread nothing because this lady's just a representative of 1,000 more women just like her. And you see them all over Twitter right now and wherever y'all consume your social media. I don't go to TikTok. I try to stay, I only go to Facebook if I'm doing recon about something. I'm going to be dead serious and honest because that's all I go there for is I need to recon something, to check in on something, go see what the peeps are saying, what's ridiculousness is out there today, that kind of thing. But prosecutor ain't made no points with nobody except for the women like her and Jennifer Coffindaffer that want to sit high on a judgment of throne and look down their nose at people and only spout out what doctors have told them. I've been listening to a podcast. I found the doctor on X, and this doctor, I was like, damn, where are you? Who are you? And can I get an appointment? That's how impressed I've been. So this morning I began a podcast that I didn't get to finish because we were going live. So I saved it for later. And I'm going to finish listening to it and take some major notes because what I've been saying, everybody's all eyes on Massachusetts. Not so fast, people. This is standard treatment protocol across the board, across the nation. If you don't believe me, do your own investigation and go make an appointment tomorrow with a mental health care doctor and walk in and give them some fake symptoms and see what they tell you. See what you get diagnosed with and see what prescriptions they try to write you. And then come back and say, oh, that's only in Massachusetts, because you're going to find out it's not. It's in every single state across the board because they're all going off the same information in the same textbooks, right? And the people out here trying to share what's up and what's really going on with the meds and what really the treatment should have been are only saying that based on what they have heard doctors say, right? They're wrong about the whole damn thing, the diagnosis, and they're wrong about the medications they're attempting to treat it with. And they've been wrong for decades. And the few doctors that were trying to sound the alarm way back when I was like, wait, there could be something to this, we should give it a little bit of breath and see what's happening, it quickly got shut down. And I think that was so strictly because the pharmaceutical companies lined some people's pockets with a lot of money that said, no, we're not. Y'all go lobby this instead. And they did just that. It all comes back to that. And there just needs to be a change across the board in the way we're looking at this, the way we're treating these things. Hayden Panettiere has passed away. I have known who she is for years. I was a fan of hers. I loved her on Nashville. The girl's got an amazing voice, but I also knew she battled postpartum depression. I also knew she made the decision to give her daughter up to her ex-husband, who was from Ukraine. I've always known that about Hayden. I've always known about the multiple medications they tried to stick her on throughout the years to get her better from her condition. This morning, the news broke that Hayden Panettiere is no longer alive. According to the 911 call, it was an overdose. People are already speculating, how is that true? Did the boyfriend... But women, if you are unhealed yourself, you cannot heal a man. Don't even attempt it. He's going to break you more than you're already broke. Stay away from the men during healing. I don't care how nice he is. Girl, fix you. You can be internally completely happy without a man. Once you get yourself back to that healthy mindset, then you can go find a healthy man. As long as you're not healed, you're never going to attract the right man. You're going to find that unhealthy man who wants to come along for your ride. And then you're going to end up taking care of him and not you. And that's just an advice from an old lady, because I'm already seeing it. Hayden had problems all on her own outside of the boyfriend. He just didn't make it any better. That's a hard pill for a lot of women to swallow. That's my personal opinion and experience. Hey, hippie. Yeah, no father. They're back at 2. I guess they're still at their little sidebar. So the judge denied the motion to get these charges at least down to murder 2. And I don't know why. I guess based on the law, right, and the rulings and the other case they were citing and the decision there and the deciding factor with all that will come into play. So for whatever reason, he decided, no, that's not going to happen here. And you can see Reddington laying out the timeline of when, Lindsay started to deteriorate with all the medications coming into play. And the more that grew, it seemed like, as she's going through all the different meds. There's a lot of meds quickly they were trying her in and out on, which is a little shocking to me because they like to tell you, oh, you need to wait your 6 weeks, right, before we go switch into a new one. But if you really buck them, they will switch it. So people are also not getting that. Well, she's pill mill shopping. No, she's having conversations with doctors who will offer her 30 different pills to choose from. How do you pick which one's going to work for your body and your system, right? How do women are supposed to know that? Here, go do your research. Don't you dare Google it, because if something happens, they'll come back and use that Google search against you later. It don't make sense half the time. It's like common sense left the building in so many discussions. It's insane. And then you're seeing the tweets, people wanting to really, unpack this Patrick part. What about it? I see a man who is a little detached from family life, who bought what America sold, that she can do it all. Hell, everybody else is. So can she. We're used to this lifestyle. We need both incomes. We both should be able to work and take care of these kids. I don't know why she can't do it. I can see him going through all that in his own mind. That's common sense, in my opinion. Nothing wrong with trying to figure that out. He's probably, what's wrong with my wife? But he just feels like he was a little stepped back from it, right? And what do men know what to do? Eventually, he went with her to the doctor, started questioning, what are these meds you giving my wife? Something's not adding up. She's not getting better. She appears to be getting worse, I'm not going to debate with those idiots about if Patrick did it, and let's go over all the evidence about it. Like, what evidence? You may bring up the CVS footage and the cell phone data that shows where the man was literally at. Oh, are you going to believe the cell phone data at the moment, right? Did Celebrite do it? I can't anymore half the time. I can't even pretend that some of this stuff ain't stupid and that people aren't being idiots. So hard. I don't know why my live stream's being all weird. I don't know why it says I got a show scheduled and we're actually doing the show. Maybe I should look at my back end while we're not like that. Let me look at my YouTube studio while we're on this break and see if I can't figure out what that's all about. I wonder if I delete the upcoming, will it delete this stream too? Like, is it confused today? Hey, did y'all see my short video on what Jim Clemente said about Dr. Brent Turvey? Turvey Disturby? That's what Steve called him, Turvey Disturby. But he didn't get it all the way out where he ran into another sentence like Steve will usually do. I was like, he called him Turvey Disturby. And in all, he called you, sir. Content. What's going on here with my live streams? Yeah, it shows I'm live, and then it shows the same live is scheduled for later, and later's already happened. What's happening here today? I don't know. I'll figure it out later. Rachel, it just shows their idiocies. I gotta go. Hang on, I gotta grab my phone charger, guys. Hold on 1 second. Okay. It shows their lack of critical thinking skills, Rachel, and just that's the people to avoid. I was trying to review some pro burgers about Steve Gonzalez's interview because I knew they were going to be like relentless. I'm like, I'm not on my watch, you're not. So I went to go see because I'm nosy like that. And boy, they were going in on the Lindsay Clancy case. And right out of the gate, did this guy do it? Did he change his shoes? Now we've got questions. Maybe we should watch the actual trial. I'm like, damn, maybe y'all should. Instead of taking the headlines straight off the TikTok, right? And now you're running live with, we've got questions. From where? TikTok? About a pair of shoes? What's happening? What's happening? Oh, Forrest, you made it back safely. Yay, thank goodness. We are so happy you're back. Hopefully that wasn't too much on you to get out there and people today. We don't like the people. I mean, we do. We do. I don't speak for Forrest. Forrest loves people. I don't like to go out to people too often. But I got out and peopled yesterday for a while. Y'all would be proud. And I actually went and tried a new restaurant. I wanted to go. Because I live right by the state line to Bama in 2 different directions. It's odd. I know. But anyway, I can be in Bama in like 20 minutes, right? So I'm like, I want to go try that barbecue place. And my son's like, you want to go? I was like, I do. I'm hungry and I don't want to cook it. Think about it, prep it, cook it, eat it, clean it. None of that mess is happening here today. We're going to eat. So we went and checked out the place I've been wanting to go to. Oh my God. I want to go back today. It was that good. The barbecue is amazing, and they have a country buffet on Sunday, and my vegetable loving ass was all over that buffet, y'all. And I'm a tiny individual. I needed a nap when I got back. It was that good. If you ever run across a tiny town in Alabama, look for Camp 31 Barbecue. You're like, where is this tiny town? You may not find it on the map. It's that tiny, but it is a really good place. Let's watch it. Let's pull it up, Rach, for those who didn't see my short. Let's play it. Okay, and some people were asking in my comment section. I know, and I didn't answer it yet because I was busy. But where did this interview come from? Right? Well, that was Jim Clemente over on Donna. What's her name? Rotano, whatever her last name is. Fox News. She's the one who interviewed Chris Whitcomb, I think twice so far. Turvey, where he went off on Steve Gonzalez. And then she turned around and interviewed Jim Clemente after that. Like, this just happened. Like, and I was like, oh, look at you, girl. Now you're up here. I don't really buy all that Turvey's selling, but you sure made it appear you were buying it when you were interviewing him. I appreciate a media personality asking questions and doing, but don't act like you believe him if you don't. I mean, you know what I mean? That's where you can't, that's flip-floppy, ma'am. Flip-floppy. Maybe she'll have another guest on after this to Why is she the only mainstream media person that talks about this over on the Fox News? Everybody else is like, ick. No, I'd do it. I would do it. Okay. Again, he was over on Donna's show. Was it Crime and Justice, I think is her show? You were in that other stream. I don't know what's going on with that, Forrest. Like, I literally set it up the way I always do here on the PC, and I didn't notice it did that until after we were already live, and I'm like, what in the hell is happening? We got the woo-woo from the Trisha. We got to stop saying her name. I think, Simi, you might be right. I might have reversed engineered some shit. We're getting the woo-woo out of here, heifer lady. We're not doing your woo-woo anymore. Goodbye. We're done with it anyway. I'm done with narcissistic, dumbass women. Make a pick-me syndrome. I'm shooing her away, right? If y'all could see my hand at the moment, I just caught myself in what I was doing. I'm literally just shooing away the woo-woo. Get out of here. That's how it works in my life. I don't tolerate it. All right, take it away, Jim Clemente.
a couple of the people, one that wrote the book Broken Plea by Christopher Whitcomb. I've spoken to Dr. Brent Turvey, who was hired by the defense in this case, who's now coming out and really coming after the defense. And I'm wondering what you think about it, because I have mixed feelings.
Start with Brent Turvey, because I've known about him since he graduated from college, I believe. He held himself as an expert. He wrote a textbook, and he basically was telling the FBI that we didn't know anything about profiling or criminal investigative analysis or crime scene analysis. As far as I'm concerned, anything that he says is suspect. He is a self-promoting fool as far as I'm concerned. And you know him. I'm sorry if he's your friend, but I know him from way back.
No, he told me that I didn't know that my strategy in trying a case was, I don't remember what term he used, but it was basically that it was, a novice way to look at it. And I've been trying cases for 26 years. So
because he's the expert. He actually, yes. He never investigated a case. He got himself hired by family members of people who were missing or killed. And if you look into his whole history there, that would be an interesting thing for you to do. But I know that in the past that he has been thrown out because he wasn't an expert. He was not allowed to testify as an expert in the past. Now he's got a PhD and he's got an institute and all this stuff, and maybe he's corrected his past foibles. But I will never give anything he says any credence, especially when he's apparently breaching confidentiality in a case with by outing legal defense strategies that he was not apparently given permission to do. So
he's
that's all I'll
making
say
a
about him.
claim. And I have spoken to a couple of the people, one that wrote.
So Jim has known about Turvey since Turvey came into the scene back in the 90s, right? And he's like, y'all need to be looking at, well, sir, I took you serious. I always take my homework seriously, Jim. Ask all the other FBI people who say, y'all should look into this. I'm like, well, give me more info. I already did. I might be one step ahead of you. We might have information for an upcoming show. We're not done with you, Turvey Disturby. We're not done. We just took a break yesterday to enjoy life and have some good food. Jeez. Hang on, guys. Hang on one second. I don't know if I worded that right. I think it does. I went over to the live stream that's scheduled up and let everybody know that we're live on another stream, but don't think I worded it correctly. Sorry for any confusion. I don't know what's going on with that. All right, let me pull my actual real chat back up here. Wait. Okay. Yeah, so what Jim goes back to, they didn't really talk about Turvey too much beyond that. A little bit, because Donna wanted to make another point about what Turvey had said. But there was I didn't take a whole lot away from the conversation other than that stuff. It really wasn't even a long interview. I've seen Jim Clemente go right up against Chris McDonough, too, on very different theories on Nancy Guthrie, right? We all know what Chris thinks. They're still talking about it over there. They're not hiding it. Annie and Tom did it, and Jim feels completely different. He has a whole different theory of what Porch Guy was, and did than that they have over there. So it's wild. And I remember that podcast where, because, Maureen O'Connell, that's her co-host is Clemente for her Code Red, or what is it, Best Case, Worst Case show. Anyway, it's just interesting to see that dynamic and that push and pull, right? But Clemente's been on the scene forever. I know his whole entire history and how he was recruited by the FBI to do what he does. When he was recruited, how that all came about, all of it, right? So, and I always take all experts with a big grain of salt, including Clementi. I don't always agree with some of his analysis, but a lot of it I will, because a lot of it's going to be textbook, right? What we've already learned from these killers and these offenders and predators and all of the things. But it's an always should be an ongoing learning experience with these types of people, right? And that's what I appreciate with Jim when I do go listen to his take on things. Because just because they tell me it doesn't mean I'll believe it. It just means I can consider all these things, right? Because right now we got experts flying at us left and right that may not know a damn thing they're talking about. So all experts I take with a big grain of salt, especially FBI ones. Come on, they hired Jen Coffindaffer, y'all. They can't find Porch Guy. They cannot find Sebastian Rogers. Are we going to put blind faith in them? They're hiding IGG is the way they caught Brian Kohberger. People still trying to tell me, no, WSU did. Yeah, that was a cute made-up story after the fact. Unfortunately. And these rotten ass pro-burgers going to go right back at Steve Gonzalez because he went and talked to Drunk Turkey. And one thing, and we got tonight, I will be back, so I got some stuff to say. I got something to say about something. I find there's a lot of two-faced bullshit on the internet. There's a lot of manipulation by creators on the internet. And I wish everybody could see it so clearly. And I wish they understood why they're doing their manipulation. We'll talk about it tonight. We don't want to corrupt this Lindsay Clancy case. Let me pull that. You got 30 more minutes? I got a half hour? What should we do in the half hour? No one wants to talk about the case with me. Anybody want to come up and discuss it with me? Because we're all kind of pretty much on the same page already with this case. What do y'all want to talk about? What do y'all want to look at? Y'all, it's y'all's show. I'm just a little creator lady on the internet. People like talking smack. Who can we talk smack about? I got to be in the mood to talk smack. I got to be in the mood to do certain things. If I'm in the mood to smack talk, we'll do that. If I'm in the mood to be mad, we'll be mad. If I'm in the mood to rant, we'll rant. Like, I don't got nothing to be mad about today. There's always irritation, but I'm not mad about it. It's probably not the right word. I'm very picky about who and what I allow to steal my joy. Oh, I know what I wanted to check on. Hold on. Yeah, Jim goes, and I've seen Jim on quite a few things. But again, he's a profiler, and I take that with a grain of salt, right? I do. All profilers, because they're going to base that profile on what we've learned to date on these offenders and how they should operate. And I appreciate all of that, right? But they're working with Rex Heuermann right now. This is an ongoing learning process, right? But I think I'm going to hold stock in what Jim says about Turvey, right? He has worked with the guy, and all you got to do is look into Turvey and you'll see issues. There was a couple of issues with Syray in the past as well. And as you're seeing, even with Whiffen, I have my own tools. I have my own this and that. They all, all grains of salt. Bob was on, who Defense Diaries Bob was on Enton because he went to the courthouse. Okay. I haven't watched one thing Bob Motta's done on this case. Giving a legal take on how beautiful the defense is doing, or what, I don't know. I haven't watched anything. I haven't watched. I only have caught a few tail end moments of that lawyer guy, and they're just talking legal. I'm like, I already know all this. I'm good. You know what I mean? I haven't watched anybody's coverage on Lindsay Clancy, to be honest. Not even Brian Enton's. I've seen he's got some episodes out there talking to the lady with the postpartum. I haven't watched any of it. I'll be honest. Right now, I'm steering clear of all of it. I just am. I'm just at that state where I only want to see the trial, and I'm not really trying to consume what legal YouTube people are saying or other. I'm not. I don't know why I get that way when we're at a trial or when I'm watching a trial. Yeah, Bob Mata. Okay. Well, he's an attorney giving a take on the attorney, and he's out there being an advocate for women. So I appreciate that. But I'm not. I'm good. There's no big legal takeaways here, in my opinion, or things I need to go catch, from that standpoint, like this motion or this decision, like I would with other cases. Like I would go over there and show up with the Delphi documents and the read-throughs. But this case, I don't need the legal analysis part. So that's why I haven't tuned in. I couldn't tell you the last time I tuned into one of his shows, honestly. Or any legal shows from the Legal Eagle people. Because I have to also take them with grains of salt. You know what I mean? And I'm okay with that. It means if I want to go find out something, I will go look at, I know they're going to be talking about it, and I'll go look at it. But it's still just part of my information intake at that point. Let me get back over here and see. I tell you what, them drama, what do them people call it? What do they call? What have I been calling them? Trauma people? They have completely imploded on each other and have forgotten what they all came here for. It's weird and wild, and people need to be going ick. Like, for real. We're just going to ignore it? It's hard to ignore. It's in the algorithm. They're supposed to come here and call out the bad people. Remember those big, bad, grifting true crimers? What happened? Oh, I know what happened. They ran amok and turned Sebastian Rogers' missing child case into their own little personal bowl of drama. And now they've added Madeline Soto into the mix because Sebastian just wasn't enough anymore. Big old piles of shits over there in that community. We're going to speak on it. All right, let me get this pulled back up, and they're still at their break. They got another half hour. Rachel, I appreciate anybody bringing awareness to it. Anybody. And there's a lot of them out there doing it. That would include Bob and Allie. I don't have anything against Bob and Allie. I just don't need the attorney take in this case. I don't. He's a man and he's an attorney. And I don't want to hear it right now. But I appreciate all the awareness being brought out. Yes, absolutely. Because people need to hear the actual message. And not this legal defense strategy. Because to me, it's not a legal defense strategy, right? It's a no-brainer. Yeah, Rachel, Viviana, there's not many of us that will speak up against the bullshit, but, I love her. Shout out to her. She's always been there doing it. She's not even new to the mix. Viviana's been around for a long time. And certain people out there going on Drunk Turkey and putting up super chats and saying thank you for giving this family space and allowing them a safe place to come in and pack everything. And then goes live to talk about how horrible that interview was and how horrible Steve is for saying the things he says. I knew when she entered chat, not Viviana, somebody else, throwing up their super chats what the girl was there for. I already knew. And what they don't, and they all better remember is I know the backstory from Drunk Turkey to WSU Mom Kim to Atlanta to all of it. They all should be careful. Anybody can throw up a title and claim I'm here for victims and families, including trauma, drama communities. Just like Lauren Matthias. She's not the only heifer out there who will do absolutely anything to get out of family for an interview. She ain't even the first one to ever do it, and she's not going to be the last. But people only want to talk about Lauren Matthias and when her doing it, right? Like, why? Why are we focused on just her? I thought we came here to take all of that down. People doing families wrong. But it turned into Lauren did some other people wrong. And now, well, what about the families that she did wrong? I can't forget the big picture of what we came here for, right? Why it all started. Remember, it was to show the world how horrible Lauren was to a family, a victim's family. But she got mad at the whistleblower, and now it's about the whistleblower. And I take all the things that Kresha and Kay said about how families are impacted, and I never forgot those things that were said, right? And then you look at Steve Gonsalves and the fight he's had to go through just to get his voice heard without people going straight after him. And I don't want anybody to come at me and say, why are you even talking about it? You are the same people who came and told me Annie and Tom were guilty. So I'm going to look at whatever the hell I choose. And I don't like what I see over there. It's disgusting. Nothing I can say is going to stop it, right? And I'm not going to go hold live streams and go the balls to the walls after a creator and make it then become a creator war like in that Sebastian Rogers bullshit. Because I don't like what a creator is saying and doing, then it's got to become a creator war, and then it just blah, blah, blah. Now you're doxing each other and holding live stream rebuttals about what you just said about each other. And what happened to the whole reason we came to start with, talking about disgracing families, right? So you even got to be careful how you conduct yourself out here as a creator. Other creators and their whole entire communities will come straight after you. Cam up. Why? So you can send your cronies after me? Two-faced, flip-flopping people. I just wishy-washy with a million terms, right? It's okay to change your mind once you have more information about a subject, but to be that, well, you know what I mean? One day I'm this and one day I'm that. I can't with all that. And I can't listen to people who haven't actually been in a situation, right? We're not doing that either. And it's hard to even remind myself at times, hey, you may not be informed enough to be making this judgment call on somebody, right? Always take an opportunity to learn from whatever situation and then you're in. And what would you do better or different next time? That's how I live my life. Did I have a part in what just happened or not? And if I did, I can literally own it. What can I do different next time to make that whole situation better if it ever happens again? Right? That's how I conduct my life. I don't sit in misery and go, well, that bitch, you just did that to me. Well, maybe if I have that real feeling, then guess what? She can stay way over there forever until an apology comes. Until then, we're good, right? I had to learn the hard way. People cannot steal my joy. If I allow them, they will do it every single time. They only care about themselves. Most people. Yes, the people you got to get rid of in your life. And cutting people out of your lives, y'all, is a lot easier than y'all want to tell yourself it is. Okay? Including family and bad relationships. It is easier than you tell yourself that it is. Like, that's so hard. I could never cut them out of my life. Yeah, you can. Yes, you can. If you get to that point, you will do it if they're that toxic of an individual, right? Let's see. She's got, I'm looking at Viviana's page, Rach. She's got one here. The Gigolo Forensic. They summed up. Hang on. Steve's like, what's the heck's this loser's name? Turvy Disturby.
Name again, Turvy. Turvy, this first time, I've never said the man's name. You want to say my name, Turvy? Let's have it. Let's have it, Turvy. Come get in my face. See what happens. So, Turvy, I've never made a penny off an interview ever. I do it for my daughter. Unlike you, you piece of shit. I don't charge tens of thousands of dollars for anything, except for my job. And I don't need to vulture around dead bodies and murder victims and people who've been raped to scrape up some money and be the gigolo.
I just got Turvy's face on David Lee Roth. What the nightmares. Holy shit. David Lee Roth. Oh my God.
What's this loser's name again, Turvy? Turvy, this first time, I've never said the man's name. You want to say my name, Turvy? Let's have it. Let's have it, Turvy. Come get in my face. See what happens. So, Turvy, I've never made a penny off an interview ever. I do it for my daughter. Unlike you, you piece of shit. I don't charge tens of thousands of dollars for anything, except for my job. And I don't need to vulture around dead bodies and murder victims and people who've been raped to scrape up some money and be the Texas.
Okay. Jesus. Lana from Truth and Transparency. Girl, what are you doing? I mean, anybody who's been around a hot minute knows exactly how you feel about the Idaho 4 case and everything about it. But she goes over there on Drunk Turkey's show, throws up her super stickers, super chats, whatever the hell they're called. Thanks for the interview, and thanks for giving the parents a safe place, blah, blah, blah. And then Lana goes live. And when the people go at her, because she's like falling for everything Steve Gonzalez said, and she's just trying to be real in the chat now and real with the people, saying, it's about far more than what Steve says. It's about all these other things, and trying to reel them in. Honey, you lost them a long time ago. You can't reel that back in. You can't make yourself sound super legitimate now and have concern for families when you're picking apart your pal Daniel, the great Daniel from Drunk Turkey, the guy you've held panels with in the past and discussions on. I was around for all of those discussions, every one of them, and I know what they were about. And one thing Lana did get right, Drunk Turkey did not provide what Steve Gonzalez was looking for. He sat there and nodded a lot of the time and agreed instead of digging into the conversation. And he could have asked a little more relevant stuff, and he could have probed a little bit more. It's called let's deep dive, right? Steve's still looking for answers, and he thinks people like Drunk Turkey know a lot of key facts and can help fill in gaps that he may not even be aware of. And I think it went right over Drunk Turkey's head. Or he sat there and played just moot, right? I don't know. I have no call on that guy, to be honest, because I know the early Idaho 4 content compared to today's Idaho 4 content. And everybody can change their mind mid case, I guess. I'm seeing a lot of hypocrisy out there right now, especially for this case, and I can't help but think some things are simply just to get the clicks and views in, including conducting certain interviews. I know people will disagree because we just appreciate when they bring these, interviews out. We do. But yeah. Sometimes I question the ulterior motive for the interviews when you're crickets about everything else going on to the family, right? I'll interview the family and I'll be here for that, but I'll be crickets about everything else going on because it's just the pro burgers. Well, what do you call all them people in the Sebastian Rogers case? Everybody's spending thousands of people in the chats for hours on end. People are apparently here for that kind of stuff. They're not here for true crime. In fact, every one of those people out there screaming, we're here for victims. Do y'all even true crime at all? Like, how did you learn about true crime? What? Because you stumbled upon a drama channel one day and they told you all about it? I mean, what? And it's just like having a crime channel and a true crime channel. Like, what? I can't get behind that. I can't get it done. I don't want that. If I want to talk smack, I'm going to come do it on this channel. If I get myself in trouble, it's going to be on this. I'm just getting myself in trouble, not my backup self. Oh, I need a backup self in real life so when I get in trouble, I can blame that on the backup. Fuck that. Go to backup right now. Shut the real me down. Let me go to my backup channel. No, it was just like, did he giving the father the chance to talk? We've heard a lot. He talks all the time. He's also looking for answers. Steve says it right there in the interview, Rachel. He says it. We haven't got the chance to go over that entire interview yet here. I didn't even want to touch anything on Sunday. I thought about it. I was like, no. I enjoyed my Sunday dinner. I'm going to enjoy the rest of my Sunday day. It'll all keep, and it's going to keep until we get back at it. There's always a lot of interesting things Steve says and drops in these interviews, and those are the key things I also like to hone in on, right? Stay out of the weeds and get on the surface and I'm going to hear a lot of this 1,000 times. Give me the pieces I haven't heard before, because that's what I'm always going to be listening for. How many times can you watch Turvey be interviewed? As many times as it damn well takes. As many times as it damn well takes. Okay? Just like Cy-Ray. And I'm not done yet. I'm still dropping pins on a map. Trying to focus. All right, let me check the... Oh my God, am I going to start yawning? Is it time for afternoon coffee? I need a sandwich first, and then the coffee. Trying to explain the difference between appeal and post-conviction. Yeah, Rachel. Tried to talk about that back here in the beginning too. Everybody's entitled to the appeal, right? And the post-conviction relief was a big topic in the Delphi case, wasn't it? Before Rick's, versus regular appeal versus post-conviction. No one's going to listen. Just like they didn't listen to the Son of Sam law stuff. They all want to come back. Well, that's not what I read on the Google. Well, fuck, I don't know what you read on the Google, but I know what I read on the Google. People will still argue and debate you. Trying to debate whether Apple Health data is correct or not, when we damn well know it's not accurate to the damn millisecond, right? So stop pretending that it is. Stop it. I don't. If you start yawning, Simi, it's catchy. There it goes again. God damn. Jeez, I can't stop. See, that's what happens. Why does it say that I got a live scheduled still? This crazy thing got bugs. It's got bugs today. And it's weird, y'all, because last week I just could not sleep. I was like, I guess at my heightened state, manic state. This week I'm perfectly even keeled. I don't feel like I can't sleep. I don't feel like I'm too tired. Would that be my depression when I just feel normal? Like I don't feel like I got all this burnt up energy in me, right? That I need to get out. Crazy ass doctors. They need their psyche evals. Can we get, we need future psyche evals for all future doctors, including Dr. John. What's coming down the pike for you, sir? Yawning is so contagious. I can't even say it. If I say it, I yawn, damn it. I feel like if I eat this sandwich, am I going to want to nap? I should probably start brewing coffee while I'm eating. That way I can just like eat and drink the coffee right behind it. I wonder how long the state's case or the defense's case will take, guys. Just a couple of days? Will he wrap up by the end of the week? If he's going to call in friends and family of Lindsay's, psychiatric care team possibly are coming back to testify. The doctors who will testify to the mechanism and the things, the ER doctor. What else is he going to present, right? Will his take as long as the damn prosecutions? It's not just the students that we need to be psych evaled. It's the narcissistic God complex like doctors. Students really aren't even the problem. They're being taught what they're taught by the doctors who are sitting in the office pushing the pencil behind the prescription pad. How many of them have wrote, this is the hospital Lindsay is suing, top psychiatric hospital in the country. Y'all, they help develop the treatment protocols that are then passed down through the entire country. Here's how you treat bipolar. Here's how you treat postpartum. Here's how you treat anxiety and insomnia. You tell them, ladies, they talk too fast, that's manic, and when they're normal, that's depressed. What in the hell? Also tell ladies they can do it all, and if they can't, they're broken. And if the baby can't take a bottle, it just wants your titty, you just have to go back to work and forget about it. And when the baby's crying in the crib in the middle of the night and your husband won't answer the phone, don't worry about it. Don't call the cops for a welfare check, lady. What's wrong with you? Ooh, an iced tea refill. I got some tea in the refrigerator too. Yeah, it's getting bad, sips of coffee. You see the community seeing it, recognizing it, and feeling it. And that's what I don't like. Because they're not only destroying each other, they're weaponizing community members. They want community members to turn on each other and creators. And for what? For what exactly? BJ and Brittany? Who are these ladies? That granny lady and BJ? Or because of Truth's nasty ass? Where's Sebastian in all this? Now we got to enter Madeline Soto into the picture because allegedly, which all of us already knew, wrote Stearns, and now Queen Bee and the rest of them finally caught her and are learning about it. And now it's just disgusting. And I don't want to see all these rebuttal videos explaining ourselves again over and over. I'm not trying to give a bunch of grown-ups explanation videos. I ain't trying to watch your damn explanation videos. I don't honestly need your explanations. I'm still trying to figure out why all of them thought it was okay to hijack Sebastian Rogers' case, draw a line in the sand, and decide, do I support Chris or do I support Seth? Or do I support the granny or do I support the Brittany? I don't give a fuck anymore, right? Y'all all nasty. Every damn one of them. Anybody still involved in it, covering it, talking about it? I know how many times y'all been up in the nasty little mix of things. Each and every time your name keeps popping up over and over and over. That after a while that becomes telling. And then to sit in the next breath, I'm here for the families, I'm here for victims. Or, no, you're here for a click and a view at this point. I don't know any other way to put it. No, we kind of went over the witness thing a little earlier, Rachel. I was looking it up to see what their defense witness looked like, their witness list. He doesn't have that many on there. He's got the family, the friends, some healthcare professionals, and then the doctors that he's calling in. The ER doctor, because they're trying to say the ER doctor from when Lindsay was brought in, right? To say just the extent how extensively injured she actually was, because the prosecution's still trying to say, Lindsay barely jumped out of the window. And then there's people online saying that, well, there's evidence where she hung on and Pat just pushed her. I can't with that shit. The prosecution claims Lindsay didn't jump to her death or her intended death, that she barely climbed out the window and slid down the side of the house and then jumped 2 feet to the ground, boom, causing severe injury. So that doctor's going to come in and testify to that, to the severity of her injuries. Yeah, 5 seconds about the victim and then 3 hours of trash talking. One went live longer than Lauren Matthias did, and nobody said a word about it. Except for, I think, Queen Bee did. Some of them people might have. I was like, damn, that's longer than Lauren went, and that's okay. Okay. And they probably shouldn't have accidentally misidentified me as a person who caused fuckery in that case and told their whole community it was me and didn't know I was sitting in the audience, happened to hear it. Now I got to come in and defend myself and get told to take my tiny little channel and do it. Well, just go away, Salty. It's not a big deal. We're sorry. Excuse me, heifer. You just told 1,000 people I did what? And I'm just supposed to go away and say apology accepted? That wasn't even the first time it happened. 2 different channels. Got me all confused with somebody who caused fuckery, and that was y'all, not me. What? That was y'all, not me. Yeah, Rachel, the prosecutor's weird. I wonder what crime scene reconstruction is. Well, I heard all her people testify. They just was talking word salad. But where did she look at those photos of that window and say, I wonder if she actually jumped all the way out that window, or did she climb down the wall? Wonder what made her think of that. Like, you know what I mean? To say the wounds are superficial and all these crazy things that the prosecutor has said. And then when did she decide Lindsay didn't really jump out that window because of the way the blood on the windowsill is? That Lindsay hung on and thought about it before she let go and slid down the wall to her fall. It's not hard to envision what the prosecutor's trying to sell, right? If you go back and look at the handprint or the blood print on the window, she wants to say Lindsay clung on with her hands, maybe, and was like, do I jump or let go? Is this going to hurt? This prosecutor's got a strange brain. But look at all the people in the chat supporting the prosecutor, right? So she's just indicative to how a lot of people think out there, unfortunately. My dogs are sleeping at the moment, Forrest. They're taking a little nappy nap. They're like, it's hot outside in Florida at the moment. We'll go back out later today. My dog got a couple of sticks from the tree that got cut down, because that damn dog loves a good stick. So I tossed her a couple in the backyard, and she just went to town on one earlier. Wore her little self out. I don't know what the jury's thinking about her, because she hasn't, I don't know if they're in their mind going, well, she's making this up. I think they're wondering, where's the evidence that this was a control freak? Where's the evidence that she was a bad mom? Where's the evidence she was a bad wife? Where's the evidence she hated her life? Where's the evidence she didn't ever want to be a mom? Right? Where is the evidence of it? Instead, we had a lot of people come on and talk about the opposite. Yes, she was struggling. Yes, she was on meds, but good mom, good wife, loved the kids, wanted the family. We ain't heard anything but that. So that didn't even help the DA. So making shit up, right? Where that goes back to that. So maybe they're thinking, where's this DA getting her information? Because we're not hearing it in this testimony. She made it all up, right? But the DA is like, no, I didn't make up anything. Lindsay did. She didn't prove it, but I feel like she might have proved she's the one that made it up, right, Rach? She's like, here's my cute story. Here's my cute story. Did she have Turvey as her crime scene reconstructionist? Oh, golly. Do y'all know, I've been thinking a lot about the Mickey Steins case, and we still haven't went over that, what all's going on there. The state does get to do their next, they do get to go forward with their eval. They already had one, right? Kentucky, but it's questionable. So they're going to go, they were allowed to do their second one. But when we watched that one hearing where Mickey's aunt was testifying, remember they had her stand up in court to testify, talking about Mickey's mental health state and leading up to the Judge Mullins' death, things that were coming into play, Mickey's behavior, Mickey's psychological behavior, his mood, his not sleeping. He was on these medications, right? We were hearing all that already in the Mickey Steins case. Well, I think back in December, because we've heard throughout the trial, Lindsay had mentioned thoughts of harming the children, but were they just thoughts? I feel like she was having a lot of thoughts, and the fact that she's telling her parents, can you come? I don't like these thoughts. Mom, can I sleep with you? I'm frightened. She knew. And I never had thoughts like that, right? Here was my thoughts, especially on that Seroquel. What the fuck is happening? Is this my real thoughts? Is this the medicine making me think this way? Because I'm not thinking correctly, right? I knew I was not thinking right, and I didn't understand it. And I was terrified of that medicine, Seroquel. And I don't care what anybody tells you. If you've never taken that pill, shut up. If you've ever taken that pill and had a really bad reaction, especially the first few times, please tell everybody the truth about it. I know people who took it and was a part of the class action lawsuit and still kept taking the shit. I was never a part of a class action lawsuit. Why do you need to give me something for sleep and then tell me I got to take an antipsychotic to counteract the effects which you gave me to sleep is supposed to do? That medicine is horrific. I couldn't imagine being a young mom and stuck on that medication, and me thinking I had to take it because they said I needed it because they know more than I do. They're the doctor. I didn't care if I'm telling y'all, I had a 3-year-old and I said, I will never sleep again in my life. I honestly don't care. I'm never touching these medicines again. Now, if she told people in December, am I going to sit here now and point fingers at the whole entire family, including Pat? Y'all didn't do enough. I can't do that. I think they were trying to do enough. The doctors were not listening. People really need to understand that. These doctors simply weren't listening. Every time they complained, Lindsay complained, well, we'll just try another one. And Lindsay was also trying to figure out which one's going to work best for me, because y'all are telling me I need one of them. So why don't I Googled the medications when I was being told you need them, and me telling myself, I don't think I need this, but what do I know? I'm not the doctor. Whatever I said to them in that meeting made them think I needed this. So y'all are putting an awful burden on a bunch of people when the healthcare industry is the ones wrong. They should have fucking listened. And this big deal about her wanting to leave early to go to her baby's birthday, so what? She could have went to the party and then went right back into treatment. That was not a make it or break it deal. I'm dead ass going to blame the whole entire health care industry as a whole and not just Massachusetts. Yeah, man, it's a given that Mickey had it, Rachel. I'm going back to the medicines. People have mental health issues all day long and twice on Sunday. We all got one. Anybody tells you they ain't got one is not telling you the truth, or they're not being honest with themselves, right? It is the SSRIs that America has been sold on for decades that are the problem. Clearly, Mickey had some mental health issues. Clearly, Mickey had shit going on in his life. Clearly. But Mickey was also on medications. And so are some of these mass shooters. Remember, it's not the gun, it's the mental health. I've been screaming, well, examine the mental health since y'all told me it wasn't the gun, it was the mental health. I'm like, okay, well, I can get down with that. Now, what about it? And America's like, no, that's uncomfortable. Well, we got the guns protected. It's the mental health. Just worry about that and that alone. That's all you need to know. I'm like, no. If mental health's causing that trigger to get pulled, I want to know why. You can't blame another thing for why that's happening, and my babies are in those schools. I can't accept that as the new rule. It's not the gun, it's the mental health. Okay, fine, end of story. Rachel, she started the one doctor did bring up the possible diagnosis of bipolar. Lindsay questioned it, but here's the thing. They're wrong about bipolar disorder diagnosis. Okay? They're wrong about the diagnosis, and they're wrong about the treatment protocol for the diagnosis. She can be bipolar 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't care where she falls on the spectrum. Bipolar treatment with SSRIs is a fucking problem. They don't understand that mental health problem. The healthcare professionals don't. And if anybody's not been diagnosed with bipolar disorder, you only know what you've been told by doctors, right? Or heard on TV, the commercials about what bipolar 1 or 2 does. You've seen the commercial, right? She's up at the board writing something down, 90 to nothing, and the commercial's a liar too. Some may have it to that heightened extent. Some may not have it that heightened at all. But we're going to be a cookie cutter thing here now and call you manic and then depressive. When no, I'm a little heightened today and now I'm even kill. So what are you talking about? Bipolar diagnosis is misunderstood. And so is the treatment, because it's all wrong. And Reddington's trying to point that out. There are some doctors on X trying to point that out right now and trying to draw the red flags to the SSRIs. And if y'all are on an SSRI and it's working beautifully for you, that is excellent. Follow your own advice and your own doctor's advice, but don't tell everybody else what's up. Because if it works for you, doesn't mean it's going to work for the girl standing right next to you. It just doesn't. You cannot be on these medications and go without your blood test. How do I know? Because I was supposed to be on the blood test and they were never taking the blood test. And me telling them, don't I supposed to have some labs coming up? Oh yeah, we'll get you in for a check. I need to check and see how my body's breaking down all this stuff, because I'm a fucking full-blown autoimmune disease patient and my body wreaks havoc constantly, breaks down everything at a different rate than most women, and I can go 90 to nothing and never gain an ounce of weight. And it's not because I don't eat. Lindsay's getting her bipolar diagnosis off the internet. Researching what it allegedly is. And I'm telling y'all, when they were telling me you got the bipolar, manic and depressive, I'm like, what are you talking about? Where's the depression? And I swear to God, if one lady tells me I don't recognize depression, I may have to find where you at and come pop you. I'm a little aggressive with stuff like that, because I know depression, and there's none, ever. But yet I was force-fed I had depression. So therefore, the SSRI was never going to work. I didn't need the serotonin uptake. I didn't need to be overdosed on SSRIs. And I damn sure didn't want a sleep pill to be told, take this pill to counteract the sleep pill, and then take that pill to counteract what that pill is going to do for the counteraction of the sleep pill. Like, what the hell? What's going on here? I'm not your guinea pig. Stop it. Right? Could you hold all the calls and watch the baby all night, and maybe I'll get some sleep? Yeah, everyone's chemistry is different, and this cookie cutter approach to bipolar and here's the treatment has got to stop. Because people aren't paying attention to what's actually being said in the courtroom, or what actual patients are trying to say, and what professionals who have known this problem are trying to say. If people aren't seeing that, I cannot help them. They're just going to be stuck in this bipolar, she wasn't prescribed the right med, end of story. No, that's just the beginning of the story. We've only scratched the surface. It's an entire industry that's on trial. And a woman with autoimmune disease is perfectly aware of how very different all of our bodies truly are. If my body is designed to attack my own thyroid, to attacking something that's good inside of it, what do you think it's doing to anything else inside my body, right? What these flare-ups I get from time to time. The doctors don't listen, y'all. I could tell the doctor one thing, okay? You know what they're going to do? Y'all heard it in court. They're going to write down that my affect said something different. Really? Do you know me enough to know my affect? body language expert much. Get the fuck out of here. So I could tell them till I'm blue in the face, I have no depression. But they're writing down my affect told them differently. I guarantee it. I should probably get all my records right now and file my lawsuit. Let me pull my records and find out my affect was different than my words. I'm coming straight on for you. I already had my mind made up, actually. I'm irritated with this mess. There's only been the two defense witnesses, Forrest. And we are currently at break. They need to come back, though, because I'm gotta go finish. I want my lunch. I want my lunch. I was hungry. I was hungry. Lord, people in Florida are just having a cow about these license plate readers. They're out there doing some unruly and unjust things. uh, they're putting flock cameras up in the most unusual places. It's like, or is that a spy camera or is that a flock camera? Like, what's happening here? Why are you spying on the people? And people aren't having it. They're taking them down. It's been a big deal here in Florida, and I think it's starting to happen in other countries, other states as well. I'm just going to have a sandwich, Cheryl. I don't know yet. Do I want tuna? Do I want a ham and turkey? Do I want a grilled cheese? I don't know yet. I'm going to go in there and make whatever's quickest and easiest and slap it down real quick. It will be a sandwich today. I have no idea what's on tap for dinner. I haven't given much thought. If I had my way, I'd go back to that restaurant and get me some more country vegetable plate tonight. Like, I could eat that all day, every day. Country vegetables, I'm your girl. Where are they? It's the best thing on earth. They had these really good creamy potatoes, baby reds. Oh my God, I ate like way too many of those things. And the prices was not bad at all. I was really surprised. It's gotten to where it's so much money to go out to eat anymore. It's ridiculous. And I live too far away from restaurants to go to a place that's going to suck. Like, if I'm going to pay you food, if I'm going to pay my money, I need the food to be good, hot, and all the things. I don't want mediocre. That's just too much for me I'm not doing it. I can't stand to go to some ridiculous place. It might be questionable to begin with. I got to ride too far for all that. So it was a good day. It was a win-win. They were putting some up outside of like gun shooting ranges and stuff, Rachel. Like, were you trying to capture license plate readers at the gun range? Really? A traffic accident going to occur at the gun shooting range entrance? They're going to run over one another? All right, I hear noise in the courtroom. Maybe seated. We'll have to do an update show on these flock cameras, Rachel.
Proceed with this. Can I just see counsel briefly sidebar?
Okay, a brief sidebar. Brief sidebar. I love a fresh sandwich, Aussie Cheryl. Like if I get to a point where I'm too tired, I don't feel good, I don't want to like eating or whatever, I can always eat a sandwich. Always. I was telling my son the other day, he said something about he don't like sandwiches. I'm like, dude, it's like when I was a kid and my mom made me a sandwich for lunch and you open it up and that smell of the bread. This particular bread that I buy reminds me of my childhood bread. He's like, Mom, you are just you're weird. I'm like, no, it's comfort food. The bread smells like my childhood bread. Okay. So that makes the sandwich even better. He's like, damn, you're weird. No, you're weird, kiddo. Are you mine? You don't eat a sandwich? And he don't even like sweet tea? Excuse me? He must get that shit from his daddy. He didn't get it from me. Did you, Rachel, all the veggies on a skewer and threw them on the smoker? It's always good. This place had the country buffet on Sundays, and it was loaded with some good vegetables. You could just sample them all without having to cook them all at home, right? You could eat bread and cheese every day. I'm the same way. I have to watch the bread intake because of the autoimmune stuff. After a while, it'll bother me.
Ready for the jury?
But I like the bread and the cheese. I love different cheeses.
Do you have some water up there?
I do, thank you. He had his mints open. All right, while they're going through all this, I'm going to mute out and go get my drink and all my things ready here. I'll be in chat with you guys.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
For the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the jurors.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Trudy Sprague?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Now, you testified in direct examination about the statements that Lindsay made in December about having thoughts about harming the children. When in December was that?
I don't exactly remember. I would say early to mid December, probably maybe earlier rather than mid-December. But I don't exactly remember when.
Okay. And when she made the statement that she had thoughts of harming the children, did either you or Patrick ask her what she meant by that?
I believe I remember Pat asking her if she felt like she couldn't be alone with the children, and she said no.
And after she made those statements, did you have any thoughts about committing her?
No.
Did you have any thoughts about having her come stay with you in Connecticut away from the children?
No.
Were you concerned for the children's safety at that point in time?
No, because I was there.
Okay. And you were asked about some text messages in October, and those are now an exhibit, I believe. Exhibit 276. And so you talked about the text on the 20th when she asked you to come and she was having a hard time, right?
Yes.
A day before, on October 19th, she had sent you a different text message stating, "Hi, Mom, would you ever consider coming to stay with us for a couple days at a time to help with childcare so I can work?" And talking to a therapist and doing a lot of thinking, I actually think going to work will help me, but it's really hard with nurses' hours to get childcare that we need. I'm thinking if you could come like Sunday to mid-Tuesday, it'd be really helpful, just a thought. Do you remember that text the day before?
Yes.
And did you agree in a text message that you said I can come and help out?
Yes.
And then after that, that next day is when she said she was having trouble and wanted you there then, and you went that day, correct? But you said you were there for about a week, but there's a text on October 20th that's not included in this exhibit, where on October 24th at 2:36 p.m., you send a text to her saying, "How are things today?" And she responds, "Good." You remember that?
Yes.
So were you already home at that point when you were asking her how she was doing on the 24th?
I must have been home at that point. I honestly don't remember. I was back and forth so many times. So the time frames are really jumbled in my head as far as how long I stayed any particular time.
And so you would go and help out when they asked you to, and then you would go home when things were calmed down a little bit. Is that right?
Not exactly right.
No? And she did say on the 24th that she was doing good that day, correct?
I don't recall, but if that's what the text says, then.
Here you go, you can look at it.
Yeah. Okay.
So she told you at that point on the 24th she was doing good, right?
Correct.
You could have this page marked as the next exhibit.
Any objection? No. That may be marked.
277.
Now, you talked about a time when you went to her home and you actually ended up sleeping with her because she didn't want to be alone. Was that October 20th visit?
No.
When was that?
That was, I can't exactly remember when. I'm going to say probably sometime in November, the latter part of November, maybe the early part of December.
Did she tell you why she was afraid to be alone?
She said she just said she was afraid to be alone. And one reason, I believe, she said she didn't know if she was going to be able to sleep, but mainly she was afraid to be alone.
And at that point in time, did you consider having her committed to a psychiatric facility?
No.
And did you feel the need to call 911 that day or get her immediate assistance?
No.
You mentioned that in January, you saw her and she lost weight. She seemed paranoid about things, seemed to be going through the motions of each day. How often did you see her in January of 2023?
In January, I can't exactly remember how many times I saw her. We were, again, back and forth.
So we have Exhibit 238, which have all of your text messages with Lindsay in January of 2023. And I just want to go through some of them with you. So on page 17 of the exhibit, this is on January 4th, 2023, so the day before she was discharged from McLean. And she sent you a text stating, "Think I'm coming home tomorrow evening, !" I talked to the doctor and I made up a follow-up appointment with my other psychiatrist besides Rebecca for Friday morning. So she said she'd be okay with me leaving Thursday around 5. Do you remember getting those messages?
Yep.
And were you staying at the home helping out with the kids at that point?
Yes.
Okay. And did you go to Cora's birthday party on the 7th?
I did not. It was a children's party. I stayed home with Callan.
Okay. And do you recall when you went home?
I don't recall.
I'm looking at page 28, and there's a text from Lindsay on January 7th, 2023 at 7:02 p.m. to you where it says, "Make it home okay," and you said, "Yup." Does that make sense that you would have gone home on the 7th after the birthday party?
Yes, if that's what the text says, yes.
And then on page 29, we have text messages between yourself and Lindsay on January 8th, where you ask how things are going today, and she says, good, going to the Science Museum. You say, great, that will be fun, sleep good last night. And she said, I actually did, with less Ativan, so that was good. Do you remember that?
I don't recall the exact text messages.
Do you recall her texting you about going to the Science Museum?
No, I don't recall that.
Do you think looking at them might help?
Sure.
I'm going to show you page 29 and then page 30. Does that refresh your memory?
That's what the text says, yes.
And then on page 34, you ask how the museum was today, and Lindsay sent you some photographs and said it was fun, the kids really liked it. Do you remember that?
I don't really recall the Museum of Science experience or text, but if they're there in the text messages, then they were sent, yes.
Okay. Then on page 39, this is January 10th. You say at 9:48 a.m., good morning, how are you doing today? And Lindsay responded, good, at the gym with the kids. You said, nice, still sleeping good. And she responded, pretty good, yeah, not perfect, but enough. And you said, are you feeling any better during the day? And she said, so far, a little bit. They said a week off the Seroquel should make more of a difference, so a couple more days till that, but I do think it's helping being off. And you responded, okay, a little at a time. Do you remember that conversation?
So I don't recall the exact conversation. I think I probably texted back and forth to Lindsay almost daily during that time. So I don't remember the specific text messages, but I would say if they're there, then that's what we sent back to each other.
Okay. And then there were further text messages that day. Where you say, how was your day later on in the day? And she said it was good, played with the kids a lot, were able to go outside, Kingsbury Club and gymnastics, kept them busy, and me too. So do you remember her talking to you during that time about going to gymnastics and going to the Kingsbury Club and things like that with the children?
I don't remember the specific text, but I do remember her doing things with the children, yes.
Then on January 11th, the following day, you sent a text, excuse me, how are you feeling today? And she responded with a photo of Callan drinking out of a Mary Lou's cup, saying we have another Mary Lou's fan. And you said decaf looks like he's enjoying it. And then later on you asked again, how are you doing today? And she said, hi mom, doing all right, nothing new really, just taking it day by day. You said still feeling a little better, and she said a little bit. You said sleeping okay. She said not great last night because Cora was up with a bellyache. Do you remember that?
So again, we texted so many times daily, twice daily, maybe 3 times daily. So I can't say that I remember the specific text. I do remember the picture of Callan with the Mary Lou cup because that stands out in my mind. But the specific text going back and forth, we just did it so often that I can't say I remember the specific text you're reading back to me.
Okay.
But again, if they were there, then we sent them.
Right. And do you remember Lindsay talking to you about Cora having stomach issues during the month of January?
Yes.
And belly aches off and on?
Yes.
And then January 13th, again, you're checking in with her. Hi, Lindsay, how are you today? She said, hi, Mom, pretty good today. How about you? And you asked about the little ones, and she said, all good, went to the gym this morning, just hanging out, and now they have no school today. And then the following day, again, you're checking in. Hi, Lindsay, how's your Saturday going? She said, hi, Mom, it's going well, just hanging out. It's yucky here. So these are like daily check-ins that you're doing, checking in on her, seeing if she's okay, seeing if she's feeling better, seeing if she's sleeping well, things like that, right?
Yes.
You also ask her that day on the 14th, do you feel any different since being off the Seroquel? She says, not as much as I was hoping, going to talk to my psychiatrist about it on Monday. You say, but some. She says a little, but I still don't feel like you, but then she corrects it to me. And you ask her if she's going to be able to get outside with the kids today, and she said she's going to try. So similar conversations to that where you're talking about medication and how she's doing on the medication.
Yes, I get.
Then the following day, on the 15th of January, you say, good morning. Is it a good morning for you today? She says, good morning. It's pretty good going to an indoor water park. And she tells you that it's at the Cape Cotter. Do you remember them going to the Cape Cotter water park?
I do remember them going there, yes.
And then on the following day, on the 16th, you actually texted her, how was the water park yesterday? She said it was fun. Cora and Dawson enjoyed. Callan didn't know what to think of it. Couldn't get any pics because it was too hectic keeping track of them in the water and stuff. And it was busy, but it was a good time. Does that sound familiar, that they had a good time that day? Yes. And you asked her that day if she had anything planned, and she said Pat took Cora skiing, so she was hanging with the boys. Do you remember that?
Not specifically, I don't remember that text.
She, that same day, sent you some photographs of Dawson doing a drawing of a firefighter and Callan. Do you remember those, receiving those?
I do remember the pictures, yes.
Then the following day, again, you're checking in every day. You say, you feeling better? She says, a little bit. You said, still taking the same medication. She said, yes, about to have an appointment with her psychiatrist. You said, let me know how it goes. And she said, okay. And then she responds back after her appointment. She recommended another antidepressant since my mood is still very low off the Seroquel. You asked her how she felt about it. And she told you she just wants to feel like herself again, but she's up for trying it. And she just wants to get back to who she was, right?
Correct.
And she told you it was amitriptyline. Is that right? Do you remember that?
I don't remember the medication.
Okay. Then on the 18th, January 18th, again, you're reaching out. And she says, hi, Mom, I'm doing all right. How about you? And you say, you're good. You're thinking about visiting that weekend. And she says, that sounds good. And you ask her about being able to get out and exercise. And she said she's been walking on the treadmill at the gym for exercise. And you asked her if she started a new medication and if she's feeling better. And she says, feel okay, just not great. I did start it 2 nights ago. You said, is that the one that takes a while to feel the effects? She said, yep, weeks. And you said, is the okay that you're feeling now better than what you were feeling a few weeks ago? And she said, yes. Do you remember that?
Again, I don't remember the specific text, just remember texting back and forth daily about how she's feeling, about, what's different medication-wise, but I can't say I remember that specific text that you're reading me. But again, if they're there, then they were done by us.
Right. And so on the 19th of January, again, you're checking in and say, how are you feeling today? Can you tell if anything's different with the new medication? She says, I'm feeling all right. Nothing new really yet because it takes weeks to really work, but I'm okay. You asked if she's still sleeping well, and she says decently. And the kids get up a lot. So again, more of the same check-ins daily, seeing how she's doing, seeing how she's sleeping, right?
Correct.
And then on the 20th, you reach out, is it pizza and movie night? She says just pizza and playing. And you tell her you're leaving at 9, bringing dessert for the kids, and she says sounds great. So you're talking about your visit that weekend, is that right?
Yes.
And in these texts prior to the visit, you say that it's been a while since you've seen them. So it sounds like from these texts, you're checking in with her every day from January 7th, 2023, all the way up to your visit on January 21st, 2023. You're checking in with her. So you're at home in Connecticut from the 7th until the 21st.
Correct.
And then on the 22nd, that Sunday, Lindsay, Pat, and the older kids, they go to the Carney's house for that bonfire and get together, and you stayed home with Callan, right?
Correct.
And then after they get home, you and your husband left, is that correct?
Yes.
And on the way home, you texted on January 22nd, 2023 at 7:55 p.m., enjoyed seeing everyone this weekend. Nice to see you doing better. Is that correct?
If that's what that says, yes, that's correct. I don't exactly remember the text, but yes, if that's what it says, yes.
So from your text, not saying she was doing great, but she was doing better than she was, according to your text, or appeared to be.
The text from me was meant to encourage her because I didn't think it did any good to discourage her. So the text was meant not necessarily what I actually observed that weekend, but it was meant to encourage her because I was encouraging her to do things with the kids to kind of try to get back to normal. So it's not necessarily a representation of exactly what I observed that weekend.
But that weekend, she was able to go to a friend's house with the older kids and Pat and spend a few hours there, correct?
Correct.
And she was able to do activities and hang out with you and your husband. There's a photograph and evidence of the two of you sitting on the couch smiling and hanging out together. So you were able to interact with her, correct?
Correct. The photograph was taken by Cora because Cora wanted to use my phone and take her picture. So Lindsay and I were going to put a smile on our face and let Cora take a picture. Yes, but again, there was other observations I made that weekend, but it was not, I didn't think it was in Lindsay's best interest to discourage her or point out those because she was making every attempt to feel better and to do things to make herself feel better. So as a mother, I was encouraging her.
Well, you didn't say, I hope you feel better, or you're going to get there, or you're doing it. You actually said, nice to see you doing better, correct? That's what you wrote?
Those were my encouraging words, yes.
And from January 7th up through January 22nd, Lindsay repeatedly told you she was doing okay, she was feeling a little bit better. Not completely better, not 100%, but she kept telling you, I feel a little bit better, I feel a little bit better. You even asked her, is the better you're feeling now better than a few weeks ago? And she said yes, correct?
That's correct without my observation of her.
And what she was responding to you in text, correct?
Correct.
You also spoke to the police on January 25th, 2023. Do you remember that?
I do.
Do you remember telling the police that Lindsay seemed to be improving since leaving McLean?
I do not recall. I remember speaking to the police. I had just found out what had happened, and I was pretty much in shock. So anything I remember, honestly, I remember 2 things I told the police. Anything else that you have there, I must have said, but I don't recall them. I've been going through my mind. I can honestly recall 2 things I told the police during that interview. I was pretty much in shock.
Okay, so do you remember telling them that she seemed brighter lately?
I don't recall.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Reddington?
What do you want? Oh, you mean the ones that you didn't want?
Yes.
Oh, this was one.
That's all right, I can check later. Just looking here through the exhibits, District Attorney stood up and said to you that I had introduced into evidence and showed you Exhibit 276, which would be a list of text dated on October 19th. Do you remember that? It was the black one, it was the copies, it wasn't green and blue. You recall that this was introduced into evidence? Do you recall her questioning you from this?
On October 19th?
Yeah, this is the one that I had introduced, was Exhibit 276, and the date would be October 19th, your text thread.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
And then she said, well, there's something missing, and went up and said to you, this text, which would be 277. You recall that? I'm going to show it to you.
Yes.
Okay. So what I had introduced was a text thread from October 19th up through and including October 20th. Is that fair to say? Right there?
Yes.
Okay. And the reason I introduced this is because we had introduced earlier, like a whole lot of pages text. And I wanted to focus on the text thread because she said, Mommy, can you stay?
Objection.
Sustained.
So when the district attorney suggested that there's something missing, like I left it out or something, is it fair to say that Exhibit 277 is a totally different date? Look at the date. What is the date that the DA is talking about? You see it on there?
1023.
1023. It has nothing to do with the text thread that I introduced, right? It's a day or two after that, right?
Right.
If you know.
Yes.
Now, we had introduced into evidence also the Celebrate record as Exhibit 238 that the state police for the district attorney's office had printed out. That is only the month of January. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
And then I introduced into evidence, or tried to introduce into evidence, all of the texts between you and your daughter, right?
Yes.
I think, Your Honor, that's what's, thank you. Okay. This was, I attempted to introduce it, it was objected to, I believe, and it was marked for identification. I would now like to reoffer this in its entirety.
Let's see counsel sidebar, please.
Thank you very much. That's all I have.
All right. Elmo?
And when you were asked about Exhibit 271 and the text messages on October 23rd and October 24th, that was to establish when you left the home that week of the 20th, correct? Because you said, how are things today? And she said, good, implying that you were no longer with them, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Thank you.
All right. Anything on that, counsel?
Oh, no, thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Let me sit down. Thank you. All right, defendant?
Yes. I call Dr. Malkovich.
Yeah, the prosecution wants to put their own read, and she keeps doing that. She wants to, that's what they're attorneys being attorneys. Thank God the other attorney is just as, smart and can call that shit out. I got a couple thoughts. We'll get to them in a little bit. But, okay, yeah. So some of her stuff's backfiring, right? And the stuff that she's trying to prove, it's like she's helping the defense case more than she's helped hers, right? Because Lindsay's just faking it all. It's all fake. None of it's. But here's the thing. None of these doctors have described. Most of these doctors are treating Lindsay for postpartum depression. And y'all see all the meds they were going to give her for the postpartum. That's the same exact meds they would have used for bipolar disorder. So when we can't confuse the two diagnoses, well, they just got the diagnosis right. Do y'all understand they would have used the same set of medication protocol? And I can't stress that enough. Because I was diagnosed with bipolar and given all those meds. Never once postpartum depression, ever. Never even came up in a conversation because I never went to the doctor for that kind of stuff, right? Never went for depression, period. But same medications. So again, the SSRIs are what's on trial here. And also note this, the prosecutor has not one time stood up and said, no, these medications doesn't cause all that. What they have said is Lindsay would have known they cause all of that because she was in the healthcare industry. Don't miss it. Don't miss it.
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony in the evidence you should give Thank you, sir. You can have a seat.
All right, good afternoon. All right, Mr. Rankin, why don't you hold off? I'm going to give an instruction.
Oh, sure.
At this point.
Yep.
So, members of the jury, I just want to give you an instruction. It's one I probably should have given a little bit earlier in the trial as well. It's going to apply to this witness. It applies to a number of witnesses who testified earlier, and it's going to apply to a number of witnesses who testify after. And it's in regards to expert witnesses. All right. So, generally, in cases that are tried in our courts, witnesses may testify only to facts that are within their own personal knowledge. Right? That's things that they've personally seen, heard, or felt. However, in a variety of cases, issues arise that are beyond the experiences of laypersons. In those type of cases, we allow a person with specialized training or experience called an expert witness to testify, and to testify not only to facts but also to opinions and the reasons for their opinions on issues that are within that witness's field of expertise and are relevant material to the case. because a particular witness has specialized training and experience in their field, does not put that witness on a higher level than any other witness, and you are to treat the so-called expert witness just like you would treat any other witness. In other words, as with any other witness, it's completely up to you to decide whether you accept the testimony of any expert witness, including the opinions that they give. It's also entirely up to you to decide whether you accept the facts that are relied on by the expert, and to decide what conclusions, if any, you draw from the witness's testimony. You're free to reject the testimony and opinion of such a witness in whole or in part if you determine that the opinion is not based on sufficient education or experience, that the testimony of the witness is motivated by some bias or interest in the case. You must keep firmly in mind that you alone decide what the facts are. So if you conclude that an expert's opinion is not based on the facts as you find those facts to be, then you may reject the testimony and the opinion of the expert in whole or in part. You must remember that expert witnesses do not decide cases, juries do. So in the last analysis, an expert witness is like any other witness in the sense that you alone make the judgment about how much credibility and weight you give to that expert's testimony and what conclusions you draw from the testimony. All right? And I'll go into that a little bit more at the end when I go into the more extensive instructions that I'll give you at the end of the trial. All right, Ms. Reddington.
Afternoon.
Afternoon.
Can you tell us your name and spell your name?
It's Michael Wolfovich. It's V as in Victor, U-L, F as in Frank, O, V as in Victor, I-C-H.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm an emergency medicine doctor. I work full-time at Newton Wellesley Hospital.
Newton Wellesley?
Yes.
And can you tell us are you board certified, sir?
I am. I'm board certified in emergency medicine.
And that would be by the American Board of Emergency Medicine?
Correct.
And how long have you been practicing emergency medicine?
I did 3 years of residency, and this is my 13th year as a full-time attending.
And you're presently employed, where is it?
Newton Wellesley Hospital primarily, and then I do some additional shifts at Emerson Hospital in Concord.
How about medical school? Where'd you go to med school?
St. Louis University School of Medicine.
And what year did you graduate?
2011.
Obviously licensed in the Commonwealth.
Yes, sir.
In the course of your training and experience, sir, do you work full-time in a particular field of medicine?
Just emergency medicine. So basically we see any and all comers, anything from ankle sprains to traumas.
Okay. Did I ask you to review some documents regarding this particular case involving Lindsay Clancy?
You did. You asked me to review the...
Very what you reviewed.
Oh, sorry. You asked me to review the photos from the crime scene and then the emergency medical records from South Shore Hospital, Brigham and Women's Hospital, and then the records from her hospital stay at Brigham and Women's Hospital.
So in reviewing all of those various hospital records, sir, you're aware that on January 24th of 2023, she initially was transported to South Shore Hospital. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell the jurors what's treatment she received at the South Shore Hospital briefly?
So she arrived with a GCS of 10, meaning she was not really very responsive.
Let me interrupt you just because that, what did you say, a G6?
GCS, Glasgow Coma Scale.
Okay, slow down, because I don't understand. What is a GCS?
It's a Glasgow Coma Scale. It's a series of things that we look at to determine how responsive somebody is, you know, whether their eyes are opening spontaneously, whether they're able to speak on their own, and whether you're able to understand what they're saying, and then how much, if at all, they're moving, whether they're moving spontaneously, whether they can follow commands, that kind of thing.
Okay. So the Glasgow Coma Scale GCS of 10, what does that tell you as an emergency room doctor?
Tells us that she was not very responsive on arrival. It sounds like she was not speaking intelligibly, and the doctors at South Shore Hospital were concerned about her ability to maintain her own airway and made the decision to intubate her, which means putting a breathing tube down her throat into her lungs and placing her on a ventilator and sedating her.
Was she also, what would be, I guess, referred to as hypothermic?
She was.
What does that mean?
Means that her body temperature was below what's considered normal. So in her case, her core body temperature was, I believe, 82.1 degrees, which would put her into severe hypothermia.
And did you note that she was tachycardic and hypotensive?
Yes.
What did that mean?
So it means that her heart rate was above 100, and hypotensive means that her blood pressure was below what is considered normal.
And South Shore Hospital, were they able to stabilize her?
It sounds like they were able to stabilize her by placing a breathing tube in her neck, in her throat, to help with her breathing, and then they basically proceeded to obtain a bunch of imaging, started her on medications to sedate her and artificially raise her blood pressure. They started working on rewarming her, and then in conjunction with the trauma team there, they made the decision that she would be better served at a hospital with a higher level of care.
Okay. And can you tell us what the injuries were that she presented herself with to the South Shore Hospital?
So there were multiple injuries. She had lacerations to bilateral wrists.
When you say lateral, what does that mean?
Bilateral, both sides. So she had a laceration both to her left wrist and to her right wrist, and then multiple superficial lacerations as well. And then she also had multiple superficial lacerations to both sides of her neck, the front of her neck, and 2 deeper lacerations to the sides of her neck.
So when you say superficial lacerations and then deeper lacerations, do you recall, what's the standard? What do you look for in something like that?
So it's tough. Everybody will describe them a little bit differently. In her case, I would describe multiple superficial lacerations, which would typically mean kind of scrapes on the surface of the skin, nothing that actually gets through the full thickness of the skin. And then she also had full thickness lacerations, meaning that she made it all the way through the skin into the subcutaneous tissue, the fatty tissue. And then you would need to describe it further if any additional structures were injured, which in her case they were not.
Now, in your experience for a number of years in the emergency room, have you had occasion to treat people that have tried to commit suicide or successfully committed suicide by cutting their throat?
Multiple times.
Multiple times. And can you tell us, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, sir, as to whether or not this injury or these injuries that you observed were consistent with what you've seen in other suicide attempts?
Sustained.
Well, can you tell us, did that look like an effort to pretend or fake a suicide?
Sustained.
Well, when you looked at the injuries, did you make a determination that they appeared to have some impact on the human body of Ms. Clancy?
Yes.
What was that?
They were consistent with self-injurious behavior. The intent, I can't gauge, but.
Okay.
Next question.
Yep, thank you. How about the wrist? What did you observe about the wrist injuries, sir?
So she had 2 full thickness lacerations, one on the left, one on the right.
What does that mean?
It means that she made it all the way through the epidermis and the dermis, which is what makes up the skin in the wrist, and into the fatty tissue, which is the next layer.
Okay. Are you familiar in your experience, sir, with hesitation wounds in a suicide attempt?
Yes, to some extent.
What does that mean?
Means typically that they're more kind of subtle, weaker attempts to hurt yourself, not necessarily anything that's going to be deep to the structures of the skin, but more just scrapes along the surface.
Okay, and you noticed some of those on the neck area as well, is that correct?
There were multiple of those on both the neck and the wrists.
As it relates to the injuries to the wrists, did you observe any vascular structures or penetration of the cervical, the fascia?
There was not.
Okay. What other injuries did you recall from reviewing the medical records?
So she also had multiple fractures in her cervical spine, which are the vertebrae that make up her neck, including what's called a burst fracture of C1, and then other fractures of C4. She also had fractures of multiple levels of the thoracic spine. I believe she had multiple transverse process fractures on both the right and left.
What does that mean, transverse fractures?
Transverse processes are lateral projections, basically projections that go sideways off of the bone that allow the ribs to articulate, connect with the spine, and they also allow muscles to connect, and they help support the basically overall ring structure of the spinal canal.
And was she then transported by med flight or life flight to a Boston hospital?
She was.
What does that tell you as an emergency surgeon when someone's transported by med flight or life flight?
Typically means that her injuries are felt to be severe enough that she needs immediate intervention and further treatment, that the hospital that is basically necessitating the transport is saying that they cannot provide at their facility.
She was then transported to what hospital?
Brigham and Women's Hospital in Boston.
She was admitted to what unit?
Surgical ICU.
And you had a chance to review all those medical records as well?
I did.
Did she suffer a particular event that night that you recall from looking at the records?
She did shortly after arriving in the surgical ICU. It sounds like they were moving her, and when they moved her, they noticed that her blood pressure dropped, her pulse became faint, and subsequently she actually suffered a complete cardiac arrest and required 2 rounds of cardiopulmonary resuscitation with compressions and medications before she was able to be revived.
And she also, to your knowledge, had suffered significant hemorrhage and had to have a fairly massive blood transfusion?
Yes, they placed chest tubes, which are basically plastic tubes that go into the chest cavity on both sides, and had about 300 cc's of blood come out from each side. And there was also noted to be significant hemorrhage around the spine and into the mediastinum, which is the portion of the chest that houses a lot of the organs like your esophagus, your trachea, blood vessels, that kind of thing.
Now, if there's a fracture or a serious fracture to, I believe it's C1, does that interfere possibly with a person's ability to breathe?
It does.
And how does that work?
So if you have a fracture that affects the spinal cord above a certain level, typically above the 3rd cervical vertebrae, it basically removes your ability to initiate breathing on your own. Your 3rd, 4th, and 5th cervical vertebrae, the nerves that lead from there, are the ones that are responsible for telling your diaphragm to go up and down and help you breathe. And so if you lose the ability to send that signal down to your diaphragm, you lose the ability to breathe.
Now, as it relates to your review of the medical records and review of the history, are you aware of the mechanism of the injuries that she suffered that you just described for the jury?
I am.
Tell us what that was, to your knowledge.
That she went out of her 2nd-story window.
And going out of the window, obviously, did she strike the ground, or?
She did.
And that caused the injuries, the mechanism of injury?
Yes, it's consistent with all of her injuries.
Now, with your experience, sir, with, as you indicated, dealing with people in the emergency room and treating people that have been involved with sequential acts of self-harm, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as an emergency board certified physician as to the effect of the combination of the multiple sequential injuries that you saw?
Can I see counsel at sidebar? I'm just.
I can withdraw it, Judge. I'll withdraw it. Just thank you very much.
No questions.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, doctor. Thank you.
Look, these two get their panties in a twist every time he has a good point or he's getting somebody. They're like, oh, no, we got to stop the show. He's like, just never mind. I'll just withdraw the question. He knows these two are coming. Maybe he should have been a little more aggressive at stopping them when it was their turn, right? He chose to go about it in a better way than these two do. Goodness gracious, I'm going to have no patience with these people anymore. These two ladies. I got no patience for the silliness.
All right, counsel, now could I see it sidebar? Okay.
Goodness. They got to go get a little stern talking to. Why can't he ask questions the way he sees fit? To get the answer out there. She don't like his line of questioning. That's okay. The jury sees and hears and observes a lot, right? As long as they're not tampered with. Rachel, as long as they're not tampering with them. I'm still going to have faith in the jury questionnaires that hope that it really did help weed out the weirdos and the, non-critical thinkers and all the things. Let's hope they're asking the right questions of the jurors. I would get more concerned about people causing stuff like jury tampering. Karen Reed, jury tampering. Alex Murdaugh, jury tampering. Letitia Stock, jury. Come on. It's the people who try to mess with the jury is who we need to watch, not the actual jurors a lot of times. You know what I mean? They were trying to hide those jurors in Delphi because they knew everybody wanted a piece of them. Going into the courtroom and stuff. Because it's gotten so bad in our country, if the verdict don't come out the right way, everybody's going right straight for them jurors, aren't they? They're going right after them jurors. Who are they? Where are they? Look at the Karen Reed after that trial was over and the few jurors that spoke. That turned into a pick-me episode and went so far off the rails, I got disgusted watching the whole thing. Remember the old days when jurors would come out incognito and they would just be like a gray shadow being interviewed by Barbara Walters? Do y'all remember those days? I'm going back to those days. I don't need to see an identity. Because Twitter does that now. Oh, I don't like what you said. You're on the doxing, now you're doxed because someone just didn't like what you said.
All right.
All right.
The jury,
They're going to be done
I told you
the day.
stop and start, right? So we're going to stop now, but we're going to stop now for the day for you. I'm going to come back. I'm going to talk to council about setting some things up logistically for tomorrow. All right. So tomorrow the plan would be hopefully we'll start right at 9 or right as close as we can, and we'd hope to have a pretty full day in regards to the witnesses. All right. So I'm going to excuse you till tomorrow at 9. I'm going to remind you, don't talk about this case. Don't read anything about it or anything about any similar cases. Don't do any research. Don't listen to anything. Don't post anything. You kind of know where I'm going, right? So I'm going to ask you to follow those instructions again. I'm going to give you those questions, and I hope you have a nice evening. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Okay? Thank you.
All rise, please, for your section.
And that was the might start at 9. Try to start by 9. What the hell is going on here?
Jurors, this close the session.
Hey, Counsel, I see you sidebar just really in regards to tomorrow. Not very long.
Can you do it in open court? What's going to happen tomorrow? Why do we got to discuss tomorrow? Maybe he's got to instruct the two prosecutors not to be interrupting constantly with your objections. I just want to get on with the show and get it over with. And I mean, I want to get on with the defense's case and them all just leave him alone and let him do his thing. So that's one of the doctors that the defense was trying to get in the other day with that motion that the judge allowed. We know that La Posado was allowed, and he was still on the fence with the one. I don't know if they ever made a decision on that third doctor yet. Rachel, I don't know if they're if that's just the simple enough to answer that they're out of touch. What about this case made the prosecutor think murder? Right? I got to go back to the drawing board now. If I'm presented this case and I'm the prosecutor, where did I see anything that led me to believe this was cold-blooded murder made up by a sane woman? A few what she feels are indiscrepancies in who may have texted what at what time, what was said in the text. Are you coming home? I don't feel good. I don't, all these, where did she conclude all of that out of what she was seeing, right? And as the information began to, to discovery, I guess, as more came in, like cell phone data and messages and whatever, where she's still concluding through her case that that's what this is, right? That this woman is not sick. She never was sick. She's pretending. And again, I will point out this prosecutor is not up here defending SSRIs and a diagnosis. She's defending that Lindsay Clancy would have known about those bad medications and their horrible side effects. Proving what I've been trying to say all along, SSRs equals bad. Even the prosecutor agrees. Lindsay would have known they were bad because she's a nurse. She would have known those horrible side effects that were possibilities. Notice she hasn't defended the diagnosis or the medications. Not one time. So that's weird of you, prosecutor lady. I don't know what y'all think about that, but that's what I think about that. Exactly, Forrest. Nothing that she's presented has been able to back that theory up, has it? Not one thing. I'm not even going to have a conversation about did Pat do it, right? We're done with that shit. Right there. What did she present in that court that showed one thing about Lindsay's behavior leading up from, say, college all the way to birth baby number 3? Where in any of that was it ever documented or said by one single person this was a control freak, all the things? No indication she's faking whatsoever. And when she's Googling these medications, because she's going through the laundry list of meds they're throwing at her, and she's breastfeeding. The baby don't want to take the bottle properly. She's concerned about going to work and leaving the baby at home with a babysitter who won't take the bottle. She's got her baby girl crying in the dead of night, and her man's nowhere to be found and won't answer his phone. That's extremely frustrating, women. I didn't have the cameras when I was in my 20s. Okay? But it sucked to be that mom at work and worrying about your babies at home. Is he going to do it the way I do it? I don't care how good you claim your man is. He doesn't have maternal instincts. That's why I step up to help out with my grandson. My son is an amazing daddy, but he's no mama. You see what I'm saying? That's just the nature of the beast. That's the way God created us. I'm just going to roll with that. But there's nothing. We haven't seen anything. Yeah, I know, Rachel. That's the thing. This prosecutor just wants to, if she's trying to make a name for herself, if she's trying to get, she's doing it the wrong way. If she had stronger evidence, right? If she had people that were lined up and ready to say, oh yeah, in college, that girl was relentless. She this, she that. Or yeah, when we were young nurses in the field, she this, she that. Oh, Lindsay used to complain about her husband and her lifestyle and the kids all the time. We haven't seen any of that. Prosecution didn't want no deal or a plea, because then they got to admit, right? She was sick and those horrible medications made it worse, which the prosecution knows happens. But they're saying, nope, she made it all up. Just another one of them vindictive ass ladies. Another one of those women that wants to check out on her life. Ladies reported missing in America. Well, maybe she got tired of her life and walked away. Well, give it some time. We'll see if she comes back. Y'all noticing a pattern on how women are treated? Man disappears. Does anybody say, well, he must have just walked away out of his life? And guess what? Half of them did. This has got to be hard for healthcare industry people to really examine, right, everything they've been taught and everything they're trying to teach other people. It's got to be a hard pill for them to swallow. That they could be dead wrong about all of it. Because there's doctors who've been pushing back against this for quite some time. They're not heard as much, right? They're not as loud. And they're not the ones prescribing the meds for the pharmaceutical companies. We're constantly being hurt by our own peoples, man. They're trying to make us think they are always after us. Like, I think that they are all they. I concluded they were all they. They are they. So I'm like, peace out, they, because y'all, I think y'all are all they at this point. Weirdos. I just had this up because I wanted to see if they said anything else in court. But I guess they're going to keep it at a secret sidebar. Transcripts to come in a year. At least they're not holding many trials over there in the corner like in the Karen Reed trial. I think they started calling sidebars for the fun of it. They're like, nope, we're just going to do a little mini trial over here in the corner. Karen gets to come with. Now, this case is like, what is going on with these? I don't honestly know. Just trying to figure out what evidence this prosecutor saw in this case file that led her to believe, yeah, this without a doubt, right? Without a doubt at all, is just cold-blooded murder. You would think she would need to see evidence that this woman didn't like her life and her children. A lot of people do understand it, though, Rachel. They've been trying to fight the pharmaceutical companies for years, but they have a lot of money and they back the lobbyist. That's why I bailed on politics. There's so many layers to politics that goes from the tiny man on the totem pole all the way to the fucking top, right? It starts small. They're out there lining the pockets of the lobbyists to go lobby everything for us and go tell everybody our SSRIs are beautiful and wonderful and how they're magical pills, right? And they do it with all sorts of medications out there that should be questioned. Like, I don't want to just see your data where you claimed you did a study to make sure your meds were safe. Where's the actual evidence that they're safe, right? And there's no long-term. Do we test something for 10 years before we put it on the market and say, okay, we've long-term tested, now we're good? It's an ongoing thing, right? So for them to come out of the gate and say it's safe, well, how long did you test it? Are we still conducting those fake? Because I'm going to tell you right now, you can take the Zoloft and I can take it. We're both going to have a completely different reaction. So while those meds do work for a lot of people, they don't work for a lot. So the pharmaceutical companies need to be honest about it. We need to bring honesty back into the picture in America. We got away from God and country, and now we're okay to be a bunch of liars. Is that why they told us to forget about God so we could now accept being lied to? Right? I question our own government, and I will always question my government. I don't see red or blue. I never have, and I never will. No one's going to ever make me sit on one side or the other. Hell no, no, hell to the nah. Never going to happen. I don't like either party. I think it's disgusting. They're trying to force me back into the arena, and I want no freaking part of it. But pharmaceutical companies do that across the board. They need to start being honest about their medications and what they may do to people. And doctors need to be honest about, we don't understand this diagnosis thoroughly yet, guys. There's no shame in that. Instead, to come out here with your God complex and your all-knowing self-righteousness. And I've had to go up against too many doctors with that God complex. From pediatricians to neurosurgeons to my mental health care doctor. And it's disgusting. Take your God complex and go sit all the way down with it. The second y'all enter a room with a doctor's got some kind of complex like that, don't be afraid to go get yourself another doctor, second opinion. You know, you got to be proactive. If you're not jiving with somebody, that's not just you, you're just not jiving. And it's okay to say, I'm not comfortable with you as my doctor. Go find another. It's a little aggravating. I get it. But when it comes to my health, I have to be proactive because I've seen the mistakes they can make. I've seen the bad diagnosis. I've seen how much they can fuck up my life with their diagnosis, or try to, I should say. Let me say it that way. You know what I mean? Slapping labels on people that probably aren't even there. And then throwing all that medication at them to fix their condition that they don't even have to begin with, or to the extent they claim. You know what I mean? And there are people out there who are absolutely on the fringe, or about to go off the deep end, that need the antipsychotics, that need the Buspar, that need the different medications, but all coupled together, they got to stop doing that cocktail to people. If they'd have just left me alone with the Ativan, I'd have been just fine. But no, we're terrified you'll become addicted to a pill you can't even feel you took. Your body will just crave it one day. Well, it didn't. Stopped cold turkey after 2 straight years of as needed medication. Never bothered me one time. But I wasn't taking it with an SSRI. But they sure wanted me to. Oh, you can't have it unless you get the SSRI with it. Why? This kills the anxiety, and I can function normally all day. That SSRI makes me want to go in the bed and don't give a fuck about nothing. So why would I want that? Why would I want to sit there and wonder what the hell's wrong with my head when that medication I just took is what the hell just happened to my head? See? People who don't ever have to take those meds, God bless you, because you have not got a clue. Yeah, it's not just mental health doctors, Rachel. It's across the damn board with these God complexes. But people, and getting here all upset in the Clancy trial, I tried to tell everybody this is standard treatment protocol. And I swear to God, nobody was listening. I go to Twitter and it's everywhere. Standard treatment protocol. Like, I tried to tell people. I don't care where you go to the doctor at in this country. You walk in there and get diagnosed with postpartum or bipolar, they're going to give you every freaking medication they did try to give to Lindsay. I promise. So I wonder if they're going to get started at 9 a.m. in the morning, like he just said they may not be at 9. It may be a little bit later. So I don't know. What do you guys think? All right. Well, if no one's going to chat and talk to me, I'll be talking to myself. I'll try to get the schedule for tomorrow as well. I'm going to go and get a couple of things done around here. I might come back tonight. Depends if I'm in the mood to talk or not. Things could change between now and 3 hours. It really could. It depends on my mood. Because I know some people are here for the conversations, some aren't. And it doesn't, I'm just going to do it regardless. If they want to come, they come. They don't, they don't. And we'll be back tomorrow with day 15 tomorrow. Day 15. Oh, it's thundering here. About to get a thunderstorm.
All right, so these will be marked for identification. Those will be impounded.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, counsel. All right. Anything else you should address before tomorrow morning, Commonwealth?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Reddington? All right, so I appreciate everybody's patience and work on this morning and this afternoon. So we'll be in recess on this matter till 9 o'clock tomorrow. Thank you.
Yeah, Rachel, that's the issue, though. See, what is bipolar to you? Is it you know what I mean? Is it your loved one? Because it's a spectrum disorder. Like I've been trying to scream it, not everybody's the same. And bipolar, I don't know if they even understand it, honey, because they're telling me I'm bipolar and I don't feel bipolar. Never have a day in my damn life. That's just a label they threw at me because I said I have chronic insomnia and anxiety. I never, ever, ever, ever complained of any kind of depression. I was never up and down, chaotic, where my family's like, oh, chick, you need medicine. Never. So, again, they need to stop with the bipolar because it's like, oh, you got the bipolar? Well, then you're all of this, right? And that's not true. It's not true. It's like saying someone's got autism and they're all of this. Not true. Simply not true. Again, misunderstood diagnosis. In America, misunderstood what it actually means to be bipolar. It is not cookie cutter. And I know people who are extremely bipolar on the high and low spectrum of it that need their medication. And when they are, the meds work. When they are, the meds work. When they're not, it backfires. That's like trazodone was fine for my dog, right? But not for me. I'm just saying that is what happened a while back with a girl, because then I've stressed that. I want people to know if you've been diagnosed with something and your meds are working, keep doing that. Don't listen to me. But there's going to be enough of me out there who were misdiagnosed and given the wrong meds and damn near fucked up our whole lives because of it. No, thank you. We're here to scream that from the rooftops. But all of y'all doing excellent on your meds, please do it. Keep doing that. Don't come and point fingers at us. Well, y'all said this and that. Listen, please. I'm not in the business of pointing fingers. And I promise you, I am nobody's reason for anything in life. The minute someone says, oh, it's her fault, oh, bitch, you ain't got to be in my life. I'm nobody's reason for anything in this lifetime. Not your cause of your stress, your unwilling, anything you got going on in your life will not be because of me. I'm not trying to be all that in somebody's life, right? But I get it, Rachel. Some people absolutely need their medications and they work, but there are just as many out there being fucked over by those same medications. And I think people really need to evaluate that part. Just because someone got diagnosed with the bipolar don't mean they all have it the same extent, and it don't mean all the medicines are going to work. And is the bipolar the correct diagnosis for your loved one? I don't know at this point. but I'm not a doctor, right? I just live inside my body. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, Rachel, I don't know how many defense witnesses he's going to call. He's just calling, standard witnesses to talk about the mechanism of her fall or the jump out the window, what that meant, how it devastated her body. It means it's an actual high velocity, high impact jump, right? We're going to get that. We've already heard from all her doctors that in his cross. Will he call some of those back? Probably. But as far as him calling a litany of his own mental health people, they're not coming. There's only a few who disagree with these doctors, y'all. She just bipolar. She should have took her medicine. We'll see. We'll see if we can get the complete list of who all he's going to call. I just don't know if it'll last if we'll be here all week with this or not. Maybe. He may be closing arguments, by Friday. We'll see. We'll see. All right, y'all, go have a great afternoon. I'm going to go piddle around and see where the afternoon takes me. It might bring me right back here to this desk for a show later. I don't know. Depends. Y'all go have a good afternoon. I'll see you when I see you.
Thank you all for watching this here video. Please like and subscribe and follow. Much love from Little Yas to each